Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 13th of December 2025 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Randwick. Today when I started off, the ground reading was good, but of late it is showing that the ground reading has changed to soft 5 and there's a chance there might rain here. So that's the latest update. Now, we've raced here a few times and this is hands down one of the best tracks in New South Wales, and today this probably is the place to be. The ground reading is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is somewhere around 410 meters. And we've got about 10 races here today, and we'll see what we can do. Horse racing secrets. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the gang. Thank you for being here. I'll just open the stream and we'll discuss talk. So welcome to the Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we'll take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight those situations or we give it a shout out. That's more or less what we do. We will start with the first race today here, which is a benchmark 78. And we'll take the odds. We'll see what's going on with the odds. There are no scratchings. 4193. Four is the favorite. Yeah, so this is the first one. I'm not going to contradict anything on the first one. We will see how this thing works. The ground rating has changed, like I said. The 4 is the favorite. Now, what's going on here? It's a benchmark 78, and the class is definitely 1. All right, that's the class. And that's the second linear that we can see. The problem with this is it doesn't have the physics to win this race. It's a 1600 meter. It doesn't have the physics to win this. And then if we look through the class, then we definitely get the 2, which is here, which is not in a great state. All right, the FR has fallen drastically and it is not there. But that 2 is the second in the class. Okay, it's going to run neutral, and we'll see how that works. But because the 1 doesn't have the physics to win this, and also the other thing which is there is it's on a leverage. It's a very high leverage, which is about 23%. And it doesn't have a jockey matching to deliver that leverage. So the jockey is missing here on 5. The 9 is also the same thing. That's also on a very high leverage. The jockey is missing. That's the linear. 4 probably is the right odd, and 4 should win. Okay. How it might play. So when we generally see, what happens basically is it's a high pressure, low pressure game. So we have a pressure on this horse. This is also pressure. The one in between is this one, which is the highest FR. but there's a problem. They're bleeding more than 40%. That is the stud farm, which is bleeding financially. So that's the one. So their decisions are going to be hasty. That's something that is going to be there. But that's the fall, all right. The 8, which is the EW, has the highest advantage, but it is also not of this particular class. It is also not of this particular class. So whether that will get in the second position, that's a very far-fetched thought, whether it will happen. But ideally, what should happen if we look through this, then ideally it should be 4 winning, and then this can be a queen, or if the 3 gets in, then it is 4 3 and 1. That is how it should work. But I am not very confident on this 3 because of how their management is, and it is the first one. Let's not chase moon for the first one. This probably they also backfire from this particular position. Whenever we have had a drift here, they kind of backfire from here. I don't know, whenever you give them everything in platter, they kind of backfire from here. So we'll just stick to the odds for the first one, and this is the first one. It is advisable that you watch the first one, how the ground is playing, and how the odds are playing. It'll give you a little bit of idea of the ground. But yes, 4 should ideally win this. 9 is not of this particular class. It is under a lot of pressure. The jockey is not rightly handicapped on this particular horse, so 9 probably is not the problem. 1 doesn't have the physics to win this. 3 has a management issue. 4 probably is the one. Out here, that 2 has a class. It might or might not get a place. It's going to run neutral. I'm not going to put a warning on this. It's the first one, but just for the records, that 2 is after 1. That 2 is the class. So these 2, 4 and 3, they belong to the same class. Okay, they belong to the same class. 3 is on advantage with a high FR. This is not as high as this, but it is okay, and it is going to run with a linear pressure. This is the third linear. Okay, so we are looking at a third linear to win this, and that's more or less what we have. We'll see how this thing works, because this is the first one. Too much speculation may just ruin it. We will not do that. We'll just watch the first one. 4 should ideally win. We'll see how that works, and I'll explain what that thing is after the race. Horse racing secrets. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for being here, my friend. We do horse racing analytics, and we do that almost every Wednesday and Saturdays as of now. Showing back in him. I'll put the feed on the moment we have them through the feed. They're showing Pakenham at this point of time. We can't show Pakenham, and we can't show the South Australian or the Western Australian tracks.
Hi to you. On a bit of weather watch, chance of a late afternoon shower or thunderstorm. Touched on it's a ripper day.
Yeah, good afternoon, Marlo. The day can only get better for me. The car didn't start in the driveway this morning, so can only up from there, Marlo. Hopefully get a few tips home the suburb. But yeah, look, great day of racing ahead. Ingham, $2 million, Eagles Nursery. Good track. I expect us to get back to that good range at Randwick, and hopefully those showers stay away.
Soft 5 and true rail placement today. Your best bet comes up in the feature, the Ingham, and Yorkshire was terrific, bouncing back to winning form off that excuse run first up last time out in the festival.
Yeah, I think he's a decent each-way bet there, Marto. Third up today. I thought he was great second half. It was a lovely ride, but it was always going to peak on this day. Third run back, home track, mile, lightweight. I think you can get the better of the likes of Gringos and Savage.
And your best value bet in the highway race number 2, Bengal. He won first up. Well, he's first up without a trial, but he won first up last prep using that same formula.
Yeah, great stable. I expect him to have this horse ready enough. Sure, he's going to be probably better suited in a couple of weeks at 1200 if he doesn't win this in a highway. But I just think with a good claim, he maps well, and I think at double figures, him and First Landing in that race, both really good rough chances.
Behind the barriers for the first, Hyperbolic 320 into 290, Waku 5 into 420, best back to beat it. You're with Hyperbolic, dominant win at Rose Hill last time out.
Certainly was, yeah. She's a mare on the rise. She trialled well, and then that second up win, she got the right run, but she was pretty impressive, wasn't she? Had the race won a long way out. Now steps up in trip. Looks a nice sort of progression for her. Free editing would have been top pick if we were on a bit wetter track. Still a soft 5, helps to a degree. She was good at Kembla last time, closing off strongly, and everything she does suggests the mile should be okay as well. 9 Waku's going really well up there in Queensland. Late sectionals have been great. Just needs a little bit of luck from the gate, but railed true today. She can finish off strongly if it is down the middle, as it can be. In this rail position, and 1 Fear No Evil next best. Lovely trial in between runs, but latest was a bit disappointing. 4, 3, 9 and 1.
Late with the bookies, Hyperbolic last 15 minutes, 290 and to 3 back to 290, and Waku 480 and to 5 into 420 is the best back everywhere to beat it. Don't forget about the Saturday tab special in your account. Go to My Offers for bonus bet offers. Use on races 1 through 6 today here at Randwick, Pakenham and Eagle Farm. If you're betting in venue, get even more value. Let's head to Randwick for the first time today to start the Ingham Day with a big hello to Darren Flindell.
And the favourite moving in. Yeah, the distance of the Ingham, the first race of the day. Hyperbolic's locked away, and the best back to beat her is Waku. Last into the gates. Beautiful day for racing in Sydney at Royal Randwick, and the light is on. They're off and racing. Bella Montana last out, and the stablemate Fear No Evil is first out. Not rushing to the front though. Editing's handy with Hyperbolic, and 55 Chevy deeper out. They're followed then by Sacro Catino on the inside of Bella Montana. 3 to Deal and Dash, and the well-supported Waku is last of all. So Hieronymus just ambled forward there on Fear No Evil. He knew he'd get the front, and he was hoping to get there pretty cheaply with 55 Chevy going to second in front of Editing, and the favourite Hyperbolic fourth, and only a few lengths off the Further back to Sacro Catino, the inside of Bella Montagna. 2 after Deal and Dash, and Waku's taking a rails run. So down the side of the course here, and Fear No Evil getting it pretty easy in the lead from 55 Chevy. Then Editing leaders back, and Hyperbolic 1 out 1 back. Deal and Dash is pulling 3 wide, creeping closer now from the rear. On the outside of Sacro Catino, Bella Montagna, and Waku is happy to sit back last. Fear No Evil at the 600, still a half in front to 55 Chevy, and Hyperbolic peels 3 wide now. So the favourite creeping closer. Deal and Dash got into its back. Editing's back there on the rails from Bella Montagna as they go to the 400 metres. And it's Fear No Evil coming up the rise. A length and a half. 55 Chevy under the pump. Hyperbolic being sealed up the outside. Then Editing 2 further back to Bella Montagna. Fear No Evil inside the 200 being pressured now by Hyperbolic. And Hyperbolic moved up now. Races to the lead. Editing running on. Deal and Dash and Bella Montagna. But the first favourite's home, Hyperbolic. Bella Montagna grabs second.
So 4 wins.
There's 4 of them. The widest was Deal and Dash. 55 Chevy, Fear No Evil, and Editing. Further back to Waku, no run on.
So that 2 got there. 2 got there in the second place. 4, 2, 6, and 5.
Hyperbolic wins and beats Bella Montagna, and then it's tied for third. I reckon 5 and 6 are the 2 chief ones involved there. Hyperbolic building a very handy early record, goes back-to-back from Brad Whitton. Davo?
Yeah, nice win, wasn't it? Stable doing good things, and she's clearly appreciating these extra trips, and lovely ride by Tommy Berry just behind the speed, got her balance, kept the momentum going, and she moved a bit too good for Bella Montagna.
I think it's 4, 2, 6, and 5.
Last time out. Really should step up in trip today.
So what happened? So the 4 was okay. The 3 definitely, we've seen the decisions were hasty and they kind of failed from there. So that's the other thing. The 1 did not have the physics to win this. 9 was a little lower expectation, and the jock was missing. So what happened is that 2 with the class got through, and 6 and 5. So 6. This is the other one, which is an EW anyway. To 6 and 5, which was here. So that is it. But the 1 just did not do anything. It's a problem when the physics is not present. It's a problem. Anyway, we'll go to the next. This is a jungle, but we'll see what we can do here. This is a 1000-meter class 3, which essentially means that we are dealing with benchmark 55 to 60. (15, 17, 2, and 1). So there are many horses in here. Now, there are plenty. There are approximately 19-20 horses. So the 15 is the favorite. Yeah, it's again the same thing here. That 15 is bleeding. The stud farm is bleeding. The decisions are going to be hasty. And so generally what we have seen is this, that here what happened, okay, here what happened, that thing went through, then came 2, 6 and 5. So 2 came in. I did not want to highlight this, but for the records we kept it. That was there. And 1 failed. Now why 1 failed is because of 2 of the primary reasons that I can see is, 1 is it did not have the physics. Secondly, it was under a lot of pressure, which is 127 on this, 84 by 127, and there was a lack of jockey handicapping. So the jockey was not handicapped rightly. Here it is also the same thing. They were not handicapped rightly, and they did not get there. So the pressure did not work here. It fell here, okay, with the class. And then 5 and 6, they came in. So basically, at this particular track, for the EWs to get in is, firstly, they'll have to have the class. Secondly, they'll have to have more than 30% advantage. Now, the 15 is not of a class, not more than 30%. It is the same class as the 17. All right. It is the same class as 17, and it is 1,000 meter. So 1,000 meter means there is going to be pressure play. It cannot go without a pressure play. So if the pressure play, if it plays pressure, then 17, I don't think is something that you can beat. It's 65 by 170, 121. We have a jockey, and 17 is after 2 weeks vacation. So that's okay. It's about 17% on the leverage. It's about 17% on the leverage. So the other thing that I think is going to, so 20 and 2, right, they are of the same class. 16 is a little far. That is gate number 12 for a benchmark. 60, 65, that's a little wide. So, and they fail from here. We've just seen this. They fail. The drifts, they fail from here. So that's a little wide. 15 is okay, which is there. But I think it is 17. It'll play pressure. And if it plays pressure, then this particular track at Randwick the last 410 is kind of a pressure play. It is kind of a pressure play, but that pressure has to be assigned to the right horses with the right arrangement. Like here, there was pressure on these two horses, but the jock was missing to handle that pressure, so they cannot maneuver these horses. Here it is not the same thing. I think that 17 is the one. The 15 has a very high FR, but then the 20, which is here, is a threat, because this is an EW anyway. It is the highest advantage probably on this horse. This is 218, this is 237 pressure, 33, 78. That's a 6-year-old mare from gate number 19. So that is not going to, and that's also not in the right shape. So here, that 20 is probably a threat to the 15 because of the class and the advantage. Okay, both. The 2 is again back to pressure. The 2 is again back to pressure, which is okay, but that's a thing that might happen, might not happen. But that 20 is a check. We'll see how that 20 works. This one doesn't need the physics because they are EWs. This anything 4-figure, they will not need the physics, but or anything which is an EW, they don't need the physics. They can go from anywhere. So because of the advantage that they have, and this thing is okay. I mean, that's a 4-figure below 10%. But those are okay, but the gates are very wide. So the 2 is a pressure, which is okay, but that 20 is here. Okay. So we'll see how that happens. The 15 is good. It is not bad. Winning, we will see, because that's an advantage, right? That horse is an advantage. Generally, 1,000 meter doesn't play on advantage. A winning has to be on pressure. But they are of the same class. And if they are of the same class and this is a higher FR, definitely 15 is a threat. Along with that, it also is a problem here because they are bleeding financially. That stud farm is bleeding, like they were bleeding. Their decisions were hasty, so here they are bleeding and their decisions are going to be questionable, and we'll see how that works. And it's pretty much that. And there are plenty of other horses. Which one will get from where? It's very difficult to assume at this point of time, but I think it's probably 17. I think it's probably 17, not 15. 15 is an advantage. And if that advantage counts, then the class will count. Should. This one will get into pressure. The 11, which is a number 10, is also a pressure. But then this one is here to handle the low pressure. This one is in a lower pressure. From gate number 5, this is a little higher. But they have the physics. Then here, that is very wide, gate number 17. So all that is not ideal. This is the second, but the bleeding. So yes, the 20 is a check. We'll see what happens. The 17, I think the 17 should win from gate number 1. 15 is the favorite.
And 1,000 metres on the sharp side, sure, but he's kept him nice and fresh with only the one jump out, I believe. And he thinks with the climb, expects him to run well with a view to improving over further, but still a sneaky hope. And I'm with him. I like the run first up last campaign, like the highway form. I think he's right in this with a good run and a good claim. I thought 8 was the other bet in the race, first landing at sort of double figures there. Mardo, a horse that had some really good highway form and benchmark form last preparation. And look, his trial was great at Taree recently. I think he's got a great chance there. He seemed to parade quite nicely from what I saw on STC earlier. And yep, I think he is going to run well with luck from the gate. 17 Lady Elena can be closer this time. Just got too far for the depth of that race though. And 15 Madrina, better horse than it showed last time out. Form prior to that was rock solid and certainly capable in this grade, so she can bounce back with the blinkers off. Just comes back to 1,000 metres from 1,200 here. 28, 17 and 15. Having something on 20, the value bet Bengal, and something on number 8, first landing, I'd suggest as well, punters.
First landing is $13 into $11. A note good support for Action King number 2. It's now $9.50 into $6.50. Place 1 of 3 for Rob Potter. Ex-Queenslander was with Kelly Schweida. Real eye catches in its last couple.
Yeah, closed off well last time out in the tucker box at Gundagai there during the carnival, and beat home one home lady who had really good sort of metro form prior to that at Moonee Valley and whatnot. So form around Tarova reads all right. Draws a nice gate, and Rob Potter does a great job with his horses. So yeah, there's a bit to like.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Madrina is $3.90 into $3.70, attracting good interest everywhere. Lady Elena $4 to $4.20. Action King is $7.50 into $6.50. And one that you suggested as one of 2 bets in the race, first landing, $14 into $11 off that Tarek trial win, Dover.
Yeah, lovely trial, and a horse that showed really good ability last prep, winning at Port Macquarie, running second to Storm the Ramparts there at Rose Hill, and then second in a highway behind Shropshire Lad. So form ties in through a few of these last campaign, and look, I think he's a progressive enough horse, and that recent trial was running really smart time.
Don't forget about the Saturday tab special. In your account, go to My Offers, and you'll find bonus bet offers to use on races 1 through 6 today here at Randwick on Ingham Day, at Pakenham on Cup and Supernova Day, and Eagle Farm on Gateway Day. And if you're in venue mode, you will get even better value. Running late for the second, but let's head to Darren.
Update here by Kieran McAvoy. Drawn barrier 1, and they want to use this draw and be further forward. Got a fair way back last time before doing its best work late. So runners are still circling behind the gates, and we're a minute past start time, waiting on the first of them to move in. Madrina favourite into 370, so, well, 390 now with tab. So not much between the pair. With Lady Elena at 420, then Action King And of the rest, First Landing. Now, this has been quite a move. First Landing is down to $8. This has done nothing but shorten right up in the last 10 minutes. Still run a circle behind the gates. No sign of a move up here, and we've got 18 to load into the barriers. Here's the First Landing. This got out to $15 top odds during the morning. And here we are, First Landing's into 8. Right, they're finally moving in here. Getting set. A real dash of speed here with 18 going around over 1,000 metres. Cougars moving in. Alicia Collett aboard Cougars. It's got 59 kilos. Now Veriva and Basira to go up. Along with Bengal. So Bengal moving up. Now Chemtrail at alone with Veriva, Paulette. Also Navy Steel and Oni Speed. Oni Speed going off at very big odds for this. Resuming today. And it's drawn really wide out. So Action King and First Landing are the two that have been backed at longer odds as Chemtrail is moving in now. And looks as though there's just 2 more to go in, maybe 3. Paulette's one of those, and Veriva. So Madrina's going to run favourite here at $3.90 over Lady Elena at $4.20. So they're just about right. Veriva moving in now, and may well be the last. So the big field are just about ready to go. And they're off and racing now, and Paulette in the centre jump well together with Masira wide out. Cougars handy out together with Tai Lung, Chemtrail, and pushing right up on the inside is Madrina looking for a forward spot together with Lady Elena is hard fence. Then come Action King, Cougars bets back, followed by Joiselle. Then Wave Breaker, a couple off to King Larry. Atmospheric Rock down on the rails, followed ball back by Beau Mister. On a wide path there on his speed from Navy Steel as they come into the straight now. And racing right up on the inside, Lady Elena's gone through to join Madrina. Then came coming right down the outside with a very good run is Masira. And Masira stoked up, race to the front, kick 2 lengths clear. Chemtrail's running on quite nicely. Going into second, Masira in front, 100 out from Chemtrail. It's Masira length in front from Chemtrail. Masira beats Chemtrail.
1, 9, 11, 15.
Then Cougars from Navy Steel. First Landing closing off late on the fence from King Larry. Then Action King. Followed then by Bengal, Tai Lung, Veriva, Atmospheric Rock, Beau Mister, Oni Speed, Wave Breaker, and Paulette was last of the 18.
Second up win for Masira, carrying top weight and paying double figure odds, Stobo, across the totes.
Yeah, it's bolted in, hasn't it, really, there, Marto?
So the 1 wins. That happened. They were challenging in this particular class and they could not do it. The 15 definitely had an issue. The 17 was not able to do that. Even the 20 failed. The 1 and the 5. And why that happened is because that 1 has raced on this particular track, on this particular ground. It has the muscle memory to do this, but that is a very wide gate, and that was what it was. Anyway, we'll go to the next 3. Five, 7, 14, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, all scratched. 13, 2, 21, 1. So the 13 is the favorite, all right? Now, the 13 is from, it's a benchmark 72. So let's first understand what happened here. It was a class 3 benchmark 60-65, something on those lines. And these two horses, which were the top favorite, they were basically, the lowest through DICR, which means that they're the lowest in the class, and the rest, everything was there up in the class, and they were challengers, and they were under, this one was under pressure, this one was had the FR and all that, but the management was extremely bad, and that did not happen. What happened was that 5 winning, all right, that 5, we had a data loss here on this 5, and sorry, that 1 won, actually, I am sorry. That was a 4-figure drift. It did not need the physics, and it had the muscle memory of this particular ground, so it went through with an advantage on 1,000 meter, which is something that has happened. But I was not expecting gate number 15 happening on this particular class, but that happened. Now, if that was a benchmark 60-65, that is something that has happened, but generally these gates are very difficult. These gates are very difficult. Now let's understand what that 13 is. The 13 is a 4-figure drift, all right? Ideally, if it is about 1600 if the figure is about anywhere like 1500, we need to have this below 20%, which is not the case. We have it at 24 by 41. It's a brilliant hand, but which this also is disbalance on this particular horse. Plus, it is coming from gate number 18. So 24 by 41 is not the matching profile for this particular horse. This should have dropped to 20%, below 20%, which is not the case. The 4 is the second linear, which is up here, but it doesn't have the physics to win this. Now that leaves us with 6, which is on the top here. I don't know what it'll do, but it's a 7-year-old mare over a 1200 meter, so we'll see. It definitely has the rails, but how that will work is something that we will figure out. Now out here, the entire lot up till the linear, okay, up till the linear, that the best in class is this one, the one which is from gate number 10, and this is good because this is below 10%. This is good. It's a 4-figure below 10%, which is okay. That's okay. Then all these things are gate number 19. It is not of this particular class. That's a linear, but it's not of this particular class. So what is happening here is that 13 is the favorite. For what? 13 is the favorite because it is it's a very high rated horse. That's one of the things. It is a very high rated horse, and it is here. It has the physics to win this. All right, it has the physics to win this. It is right here on top. It should win. I mean, that's the scenario here. It's a 4-year-old mare. It has been winning, and it's up here. The problem with this horse is this is a mismatch. All right, if this is about 1600, it should be below 20%. For anything above 2000, it has to be below 10%. So it is about 1600. It should have been under 20, under 20%, which is not the case. That makes it a little dicey. Whether it will win from gate number 18 is a very, very difficult proposition. The jockey is a dedicated jock on this. Okay, the jockey is a dedicated jock, so the jock knows the horse, and that will play an advantage. But if we look at all the horses up till here, till the linear, then the 10 is the class with the right arrangement. Also has a jock to deliver this. Okay, also has a jock to deliver this. That's the largest inner drift. That is the largest inner drift. So we'll see how this works. This one played a little, it played how it played. There were more than 20 horses and it played like that. But here, the 13 is good. I don't have any issues with the 13. The 13 is good. It has the body weight. It's a pretty heavy horse. The rating is right. The hand is right. All that is right. It has the physics to get there, win that. The problem is here. We'll see. I'm going to be out of this one, and we'll see how that works, because that's that. And this is a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 10, which is also a dicey proposition. The linear is not in a position to win. Gate number 19, lowest in the class. This is the highest. That is also okay, but gate number 13. Then this is the advantage 9. Please kill me. We'll see. I like the one, but I'm not going to get into this. This probably is a little dicey. That's gate number 10 for a 5-year-old gelding. That is dicey. The 9 is here. That's the EW. 21 is this one. This is I am class 2. We'll see how it works. Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Emma State 480 and to 550 is Novo's top pick. Maylada is 650 and solid. Mafia the top is 950 and to 10 back into $9. And Iron Hawk is firming everywhere, Novo. For Tyler Schiller, Gary Portelli 950 and to 10 back into $9. Pretty good first up at Rose Hill at 1300.
Yeah, he did a good job there behind the blade. He was beaten 2.5 lengths in a real sprint home on that occasion. Look, he's a horse that's always shown good ability in patches in the past, including a Kembla Grange win back in April, beating Imperial State Boom Chat. So, drawn a little bit awkwardly, but has shown a bit of speed. He wasn't far away there the other day. Generally gets back a little bit, but maybe can roll forward here. 13 back to 1200, probably a slight negative for me.
And a little nibble for Moto Scarfo. John Thompson trains 18.19 into $16. Tongue tie goes on first time today.
Yeah, she was good in a midway 3 back here at Randwick at this track and distance, and then struggled in the last couple at Rose Hill and Kembla. Well, maybe getting back to Randwick on her home track's key today. Drier track than last time as well. So she's trying to get a small run. That's generally when she races best, when she can get that bit of cover and finish off.
But you're with Alabama State, looking to snap a losing sequence of 426 days. Always been a talented horse for Jack Pilkington.
He hasn't quite gone on with it, but look, he gets his chance today from that good gate. I thought the last run was great, and thought he probably should be favourite here over Wee Wee Wee, who was good fresh, but wasn't a wow performance. I expected a bit more. I was on her that day, and she got the job done, but it wasn't a great field.
Third at Randwick is the midway with Darren.
Third race of the day.
Dows too.
We
Welcome back, Dows.
Alabama State 550. At number 21, Maylada has been very well supported today. High in the ratings as well, Maylada. So Fiorenza moving in now. A $12 chance. So Fiorenza's coming up to the wide gate. And they're all in. Locked and loaded here for the midway. Stand by for a start. Ready now, and they're racing, and Mafia flew out, and Mafia is going to lead. Hydrometer away well, going to second, and moving forward is Let's Go Again. The favourite Wee 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 fourth on a very wide path early, followed then by Maylada. Clear Proof there in the red jacket, Iron Hawk the outer, further back to Moto Scarfo together with Zaragoza, up the Lons out deep. They're followed by Alabama State, back about third last from Apache Breeze, and Forenza's last of all. Mafia shows the way, Hydrometer plenty of daylight today in second. Just Go Again railing through. Iron Hawk lifts up the outside, followed by Wee Wee Wee, who's being kept company the outside by Clear Proof. Arpalon's out very deep, but so is the previous winner. Maylada's 3 back the fence as they straighten up. Mafia travelling.
Come on, baby.
Just Go Again under plenty of pressure. Wee 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 in a bit of a pocket. Maylada went down to the fence, cut out. Alabama State is out of play now. Mafia at the 200 leads the way by 2. There's an absolute mob chasing it. Wee 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 gets the run now. Down the outside is Clear Proof, Art Ballon and Zaragoza, but Wee 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 wins the midway, beating Mafia.
13-1. 13 wins.
Just Go Again, Clear Proof there. From Zaragoza up for Moto Scarfo. Then Forenza, just Ella late. Further back to Alabama State, who lost its running at about the 300. And Iron Hawk after the wide run was one of the last to finish.
Behind Wee Wee Wee, home over the top of Mafia for Tom Sherry. $4 range across the totes. 13 beats 1. Looks like there will be a margin for what Darren suggested. Apache Breeze to run third. Reckon it's 13, 1 and 12. Wee 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 goes back to back, Dodo.
Yeah, lovely ride, wasn't it, Marto? Got her in the perfect position, presented at the right time, and she's done enough to get there and get there in solid style.
Close, very close.
It was really good rolling along in front. It was a messy race behind as we have a look at the photo for third. You'd think Apache Breeze would most likely get that, but yeah, a bit of a few luckless stories. Iron Hawk was wide no cover. Alabama State got cut out badly, and when he seemed to be bolting, so there's a bit to take out of it behind
And it's 13-1-12 confirmed numbers, and 9 runs officially fourth, and all of those totes are on screen for race number 3, won by Wee Wee Wee. We're 5 minutes away from our next live commitment. It's the second event from Eagle Farm. Ahead of that,
So the 13 wins. Then the 1. Thirteen, 1, 12, and 9. Nothing got moron. So what happened basically is that 13 was ridden very nicely. They knew how to deal with that gate number 18. This 5 was getting raved, and that's why I stayed out of this, because I kind of had a feeling that, you know, gate number 8, gate number 10 for a 5-year-old gelding could be a little difficult, because it has to be raved. And if it gets raved, then a 5-year-old gelding is in trouble. But that pretty much got there. But then the 12, which is here, which is the other drift, not bad. The 9. Anyway, we'll go to the next. We'll see what's going on with the next. 1200 meter. Benchmark 78. Three, 5, 8, 9, 12, and 13 all scratched. Four, 2, 10, 11. So that 4 is the favorite. Now, we've seen that happening on a benchmark 72. So I don't think the gate number will be an issue here at a benchmark 78. So I don't know why they are doing. So the highest in class is 1, which is here. Okay, that's gate number 5. 2 is the second one, and 4 is the match. All right, match as in like this is for benchmark 78. This belongs to this particular class. It is a little above this class. This one is the highest. This is the highest, but it is also very, very down through the FR. And this is the second one, which is with the class. So so whether that happens, I mean, whether the first and the second linear they come together, or this one doesn't get through and this one gets there, there has to be an advantage in between. I think so. It's a 1200 meter, and the advantage which they have taken is this one, which is gate number 10, 4-year-old yielding 65. This one is higher in class, gate number 13. Wow. The bleeding 52%, so it's very difficult to consider them in any kind of an arrangement. Their decisions are going to be very hasty. This is still better, but through class, this is the one, the 6. So, bottom line is this, that the 4 is the linear, all right? The only one which can actually beat the 4 are these two horses, either 1 or 2. Now, through the FR, this is huge, okay? This is huge. Coming from gate number 16, it is a match. This probably is what it is. This one is a little drop on the FR. The hand is also good. So can this be a queen? Maybe, maybe not, because generally, I mean, even here, what happened is that 13, then the 1 with a drop, okay? That is the largest inner anyway, so that's if the linear was in trouble. So, and this one did not have the physics. So 13 from gate number 18, it did the job. And that got raped. So that's that part of the story. Now here, what might happen? 2 is 16, 8. It's 796, 1.5, 5, 2, 5, 5. Well, this guy is there in some arrangement. This guy is there, but it's very difficult to keep him in an arrangement because of that thing. So yeah, 4 probably is the right odd. What might go wrong? Okay, what is the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is this, that pressure may not be adequate, right? The worst thing that can happen is that pressure may not be adequate from gate number 16. When we talk, I mean, here, let's see, okay? So, this is Randwick. And here from gate number 18, 24 by 41, it won. Here we are talking about 37 by 56 from gate number 16 should, I mean, if that worked, this should work. But 41 was from gate number 19. That was not the thing, so that did not work. 41, not be the focus now. So long. So needs to do activity. 2, 5. That's the best way. The only challenge is the gate number, which I think should not be a problem. Randwick doesn't have that kind of condition like what we faced on Wednesday at Sandown. Sandown has that constraint with the wide gates, but here Randwick doesn't have that. So the 14 is probably the right odd. There is nothing I can see that probably is a problem. The thing is, the 10 has more pressure than this one, the 4. Okay, it has way more pressure, 160 by 90, and there is a jock as well on that 10. So the 10 is after 25 weeks. Okay, that is on leverage. The 2 is on leverage, which is a very high leverage. The 2 is after 17 weeks. The 10 is after 25 weeks. So they all have the right arrangements done. They all have the right arrangements done. We need, with that, with a leverage that high, we need a vacation and a jockey. So they have both of those things in place. And this thing, it's a 1200 meter benchmark 78. It doesn't have the required pressure is not there. So what are we expecting? That it's a linear. It will go through. Where it might backfire? It might backfire because it doesn't have the pressure. This is a 1200 meter. The first one that we had here was a 1000 meter where an advantage went through. All right, that thing went through. Why? Because that was a class 3. This is not a class 3. It's a benchmark 78. We'll see if my honest belief is this, that it's a good fit. It's a good fit. But 16, there are inner gates with a lot of pressure model with the right arrangements. The 2 is after 27, the 2 is after 17 weeks. The FR has really fallen on 2. The 10 is after 25 weeks. It is still there. Things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. And why I'm saying things can go wrong is because for a linear, it had to have pressure on this. For a linear, it had to have pressure on this on a 1200 meter. It doesn't have that. It doesn't have that. So either it wins because there is a jock and the jockey does a great job. It's a jockey decision that we have to believe. So either that or it'll not work. It's a dicey proposition. It's a benchmark 78. It is the right fit. Everything is right. See, there's no problem. Okay, it's the linear, right fit, jockey. Everything is good. The body weight is also good. Okay, this is a 6-year-old mare. It has a lot of body weight, we can see, but then this is more or less there. Okay, it is there. There's no problem. But 10 is still heavier. We'll see how it works. I'll still be out. I'll still be out. I'll still be out. We'll see how that works. Also, 2 got flattened. Yep, 2 got flattened, Dows. 2 got flattened. We are at Randwick after a long time. It's been quite some time that we've been to Randwick. I don't even remember when was the last time we played here. So I'm a little hazy about the last, about how the track works. And that's exactly why we need to have an arrangement so that we don't have to keep things in mind. But I think the wide gates are a problem probably at those tracks where the stretch is more than 400, a lot more than 400. That's where it's a problem, the wide gates. If the wide gates are if the stretch is about 400 for the final stretch, I don't think wide gates are a problem. So that said, we'll see how this works. 410. Well, this one is there, but look at him. How do you even suggest that this guy is going to get there in some form? I mean, from this guy, this is way better, but very difficult to suggest this will work. The 2 has fallen 57. This is 67, 66. This is the second linear, but the pressure is higher here. This is the third linear. It's way more pressure because of the class.
The money horse, Miss Kimcar, I think loved her recent trial, and I think she could sprint really well fresh here, Muddo.
And stallers, as you would have guessed by now, on Sky Racing 2 are about 3 minutes away from race number 4. Where Snack Bar's the favourite. This morning it was $3.40 with the tab fixes into $2.60. Axios number 2, $5 this morning, late $4 into $3.80. And then we've got Miss Kim Carr, as Davo's touched on, $7 this morning into $4.40 and best back to roll. Both quick read there on the tab trade. Let's have a look at what's happening very late in the piece here with the bookmakers. We're 2 minutes 40 or so away. And Snack Bar's the favourite, 280, 290 into 270. Axios 380 into 4 back to 380. Miss Kim Carr is 440 into 4 back to $4.20. The only other little nibble, this is a real roughie, Winona Costas Mount King Taurus number 16, 61.71 back to $61. Snack Bar is the favourite. Second start today for Bjorn Baker, ex James Cummings. He is dual Group 3 place, Davo.
Yes, yeah, and obviously second run, as you said, for the new yard. And you could argue he could have won that protest there first up as well. I know he had his chance to get past Lyles late, but he did cop interference from that horse at the 600 and certainly cost him more than the 0.25 a length margin there. Just drawn a little bit awkwardly now, but you think he can only improve off that fresh run. He just struggles to win this horse.
Axios is 380 out to 4 into $3.70 late with the Bagman. Lightly raced 4-year-old with a good early record.
Yeah, he's been given a really soft trial leading into this. Would have loved a little bit more rain about for him, perhaps, but Nash rides from the good draw. He's got a good record, winning 3 from 6 overall, and he's claimed some good scalps in the past as well, including Epic Proportions, who's been really good this campaign. And so, if he can hold a spot from that draw, which he should be able to do, no issues whatsoever, he's right in the game here.
And your top big Miss Kim Carr obviously went up a lot shorter with the bookies 15 minutes ago at $4.40 out to $4.60, back to $4.40. And there were plenty of winners around her last campaign.
14.
Yeah, and while she's been a bit of a late drifter here late, she was sort of that $7 range this morning, so she's still probably one of the better back runners as a result of that. And look, her trials have been great. You talk about that form last prep, there's littered winners throughout, and I loved her first up run. I know she's going to be better at 1400 and 1550, but you go back and look at that first up run last campaign, it was an absolute cracker. So her trials have been super, and I think if she can hold a position midfield or just a tad worse, she could be really hard to hold out.
For those after one at longer odds, Smashing Times has been nibbled for Robert and Luke Price coming to town, and it's 9 out to 11, just back into $10, and should be cherry ripe third run back after leading and getting gunned down late in Kembla when second up.
He was brave there. Look, I just prefer this horse at his home track at Kembla personally. He's had 5 starts here at Randwick, hasn't registered a placing, and when they need to improve a little bit and they're racing on their home track and going away from that, I'm always against them.
Here's Darren for the 4th on the Ingham Day from Randwick.
Snack Bar, Flying Impala are the remaining runners to go forward. Snack Bar been well backed into $2.60. Well, it's been boiled lollies in recent times for Snack Bar punters. They'll be hoping for some chocolate here today. Very well backed. Axios has been well supported, has a good fresh record. And Axios is clearly best back now at Miss Kim Carr, a bit of a late drift. All set now, light is on, we're ready. Snack Bar the favourite, drawn wide out. And they're racing. Snack Bar jumped out with them. Smashing Time, Bundina are the first two out, and they fly for the early lead. Flying Impala moves to third, Hewan in fourth. Now Snack Bar's drifting back through the field. Laurel Hill midfield, the fence of Maxius, and then the keen going Snack Bar fourth last. In advance of Miss Kim Carr, then came King Taurus, and the last of all is our top. Smashing Time in front from Flying Impala, then Bundina. Field strings out a bit here. Hewan on the outside of Laurel Hill. Further back to Axios, a half the outside to Snack Bar, then Miss Kim Carr, King Taurus, 2 lengths away to Altoff. Smashing Time shows the way on the bend by 2. On Flying Impala, then Bundina. Laurel Hill is taking a hard fence run. Then came Hewan from Axios, and Snack Bar is the deepest, 6 off the lead. Smashing Time coming well off the fence. A length on Bundina. Now Snack Bar coming with a good run down the outside. It went straight past Axios as Bundina grabbed the lead, but Snack Bar's going after it. Hewan's right there between them. Bundina being joined by Snack Bar. Hewan fights hard. It's a hard-fought battle for Snack Bar. Altoff whizzing home. Axios the outside. Oh, not sure here. Snack Bar was sitting down. Axios joined it, and Altoff flew up the inside. Stand by for the replay. Then came Hewan, King Taurus late from Bundina, Laurel Hill. Smashing Time. Then came Miss Kim Carr and Flying Impala. All out Snack Bar. Axios lunged. A big lunge the outside Axios. Altoff's been beaten about a neck at the end. There was a lot to watch. Axios is the primary one. Well, Snack Bar went straight past Axios at the 200. Next minute, Snack Bar got to the front. He thought, what am I doing here? He didn't know what to do when he got to the front, Snack Bar, and Axios has put this big bob in on the outside. This is close. Stand by. The photo finish has gone up. Looks as though Axios might get this at Pimple.
Yep, there'll be a margin for Axios to nail Snack Bar right at the stick, and Althoff will run third. It'll be 2, 4 and 6. A last ride win for Axios, for National Willer and for Kieran Maher, Davo.
Yeah, nice training performance there by Kieran. He gets that in the last stride, the bob of the heads. He trialled, given a soft trial leading into this, and that's a lovely way to kick off his preparation. Snack Bar, look, the winner all bar the post. Althoff, what a nice run that was there, resuming from a break, having a duck back towards the inside.
So the pressure actually played here. It was a good one, but two things that did not work. I mean, they were a queen that happened. And the 6 got there. The 6 should have been in the middle. The 6 should have been in the middle, but because they are like that, how do you even suggest that they will do anything nice? So that happened. Two, 10, 6. This one was a little dicey. You see, the problem is this, that, you know, you can't bank on the 6 that it'll get the second position, which ideally it did not. So that was a little bummer there. The 4 was good, okay? The 4 was good. What was lacking is the pressure on this, though it was very good. We've seen that doing that thing that it did, but the pressure actually played here. The pressure actually played here with the class, with an inner gate. Anyway, we'll move on to the next. This is a crazy one anyways. We'll take a look at the odds. 5. 4 has been scratched. 1, 2, 3, 5. So that's that. Plus, it is on pressure. It doesn't have a jock to handle this. On top of that, it is a colt. The jock doesn't have any working relationship with that one, so that thing is in trouble. The colts are very difficult animals. They need something to work with, a friendly environment. So that is what is lacking on the one. That's the same thing with this. The only horse that has a friendly relationship with the jock is this one, which is the EW anyway. And nobody has gone with any of the fillies, okay? nobody has gone with any of the fillies. Now, I think there's a reason for that, because the fillies are very, very light. The fillies are very light. These guys have still, they have a body weight to support this. This is bad. $79 points. 9 24 25 29. This is 9. This is number 4 26. These two are same horses. These two are absolutely identical horses. The 5 and the 2. The 1 is the linear, which is Ladat. The 3 is probably an EW. And that's the only horse which has a colt, which is a little safer to say that it has a little bit of relationship with the jock. So I think 3 is an EW. Whether one is difficult. They are bleeding. It's the linear. They are all in the same class, same horse, same stuff, but that's how that thing is. And I'm pretty much confident one of the fillies will also get in. Which one, God knows, because we don't have anything going on with these fillies. The only fillies that has won races are these two, but they're in a very bad state. Then the chances are here. $379. This one has got physics, but very wide gate. So 25, 6, probably no, 23, 30. Through the FR, so this is the same class, okay? And through the FR, this is the highest. 3, if they are the same class, then the FR is the rating. So that's the highest rated, and that is the highest advantage. Whatever we can figure out here, because the rest are kind of, we don't have anything on those horses. They have never had a race. So that 3 probably is the EW. Whether one will win is a very difficult proposition here, because the management wise they're bleeding. Secondly, it's a colt. The jockey doesn't have a relationship with that horse. How that is going to work and how that will actually behave on track, only God knows. We'll see how that works. I like the 3 more than the 1. That was there's nothing to cry about it. There's you can't do anything on this. You can't do anything. I mean, the 2 was a dicey one. Why? Because it's a very low on FR. You cannot believe that thing will happen. The 4 was from gate number 16, did not have the adequate pressure to build up, and though it was a linear, it did not win. And the 14 that you banked on was was one of the lowest in class. and that's a 6-year-old mare. Okay, that is one of the lowest. The actual place where things could have made a meaningful capitalization would have been 6, but that was also very difficult to work with because they were bleeding. They finally got there with the 3rd position, but they should have been in the middle. They should have been in the middle because of their management and because of how they behave. Is, you know, that was the issue. I mean, honestly speaking, that thing was there, but how? I could not figure it. I could not figure it myself how they are going to get placed with that kind of a management from gate number 13. They got the 3rd position. They should have been somewhere in the middle. Either it should have been 2, 6, and then 4. But no, that did not work. Here, the 1 is in trouble. The 1 is in trouble. It's the same issue with this guy. They are like that. They are like that. All the colts are in problem, okay, except the 3. The only 3 has a little bit of relationship with the jock, and the arrangement is good. It's an advantage. This guy is handicapped rightly. This one is a good jock who's here on this particular one, the 5, which is here. It's got advantage from the baseline, but the FR is much lesser than this. The other one, which is probably good on this context, is this one, the 10, but it is also very wide. That's 30, that's 26, this is 25. We'll see how that works. I like the 3. The 3 should get there with a place at least. Showing Newcastle. Let's watch Newcastle.
Two off a 3-wide trail. It beat 1.7 at Wyong last time out off that hard run. $8.50 into $6 and attracts good interest. Denise's Gal number 5 for DM Panya and the Connors Yard 12 out to 14 back into $13. Now into $11. His best back to the rest. Here's Phil. Our Room for Pud and Satono Jasmine have gone in. Had It All comes up. Flying Giselle about to take its spot in the line. The favourite Crimson Wings now coming in. Got a couple of riderless runners. Shakespeare's Girl, the rider out of the saddle there. And Satono Jasmine, by the looks of things, is riderless as well. As Denise's Gal is about to come up. Given Bell and Weekend Market waiting their turn to come up to the gates. Now both these riderless runners a little bit on the edgy side. The one they're working on presently is Shakespeare's Girl. So it's about to come up. And coming forward now is Satono Jasmine, so it goes in riderless. Shakespeare's Girl, the other riderless runner, is just a little bit stirred up behind the gates. Clark of the Course comes in to lend a hand. And they lead that runner in now. So Shakespeare's Girl is in there. So just a couple left to load. Weekend Market about to come in. And number 1 Saddlecloth of Given Bell will be the last. Starter's about to pick up the button. As Given Bell goes in. So $2.80 now for Crimson Wings. Got into odds on at one point. Red light flashes, race 2 Newcastle. Away. And Crimson Wings was about second to begin. It's going to be in the leading division, may even run to the lead. Denise's Gal is just shading it in the early part. Airburst is pressing forward and Had It All was holding up on the inside. It's in 4th spot. Flying Giselle trapped wide. It's going back around Satono Jasmine, and then Room for Pud is back on the inside in the second half of the field from Weekend Market. Given Bell and Shakespeare's Girl back at the rear. So Denise's Gal leads them out of the back. 700 metres left to travel. It's Denise's Gal by 3/4 of a length over the favourite Crimson Wings sitting second. Had It All served back on the inside of Airburst. And they're about 3 lengths in front over Flying Giselle. A couple away was Weekend Market. Then Satono Jasmine, followed by Room for Pud. Given Bell to the outside, and the Shakespeare's Girl at last, a dozen off the leader, who, as they come around the home bend, 400 metres out, is now Crimson Wings. It strode up and hit the narrow lead over Denise's Gal. Had It All is off their backs, trying to chime in. Weekend Market and Airburst coming down the outside, but Crimson Wings is the leader. Under 200 left to go. So length in front over Had It All, Denise's Gal, Weekend Market, but the first two to Lima Gorian and Crimson Wings too good. Crimson Wings came away over Had It All, Weekend Market, Denise's Gal, Airburst, Given Bell, Flying Giselle, Shakespeare's Girls. So it's 4, 6, 3 and 5, and Crimson Wings does the job and pays.
Hey, Rappa. 2. Close but no cigar. You know what I think does is before choosing a horse, you must choose the track. That is one thing that needs to happen. Before choosing a horse, you must choose the right track. Then you choose the right race. And finally, you choose the horse. Not every track, not every race. Yeah, I know you. I know you. You do that. It's 6 and 8. Yeah, there are some very dicey races today here at Randwick. They have put in some 20, 21 horses, 18 horses. Things are dicey. It's not the usual Randwick. They're racing after a long time. I don't know when was the last time they raced. It's pretty much a long time. And they put in few races with numerous horses just to make it volatile.
Yeah, good prize money up for grabs here, Marto, 400,000, and this has been a good firmer. Internal Affairs was sort of $6, $6.50 around that mark all week, and now into the $4 mark. Look, you wouldn't have to be a superstar to win this. It's not the strongest edition of the English Nursery we've seen, and I thought he ran well enough there first up at Rose Hill. He sat up outside the lead and he just, I wouldn't say got lost, he just felt the pitch a little bit late, and I think he'd be better for that. Back 1,000 metres, he should get a bit of cover this time, and I liked his trials before that, and hearing from Brad Widdup on Sky Sports Radio this morning, suggesting he's come on nicely from that. He wasn't screwed down first up. That was the Yarn report as well. So I think with natural improvement, he's got a great chance, and good to see the money arrive for him. Bohemian Rhapsody, probably the one to beat off that Flemington effort in the Inglis race down there behind Calamari Ring. Was pretty good, closed off in inferior ground. Has trialled well, beat Brenlan's Legacy in a recent trial at Albury. That horse won at Wodonga impressively and goes around later at Albury today as an odds-on favourite. So form looks all right. And he's a colt that was revved up to win that trial, but that'll bring his fitness on. 2 Elio, no surprise to see the big drift. He did seem a false favourite early. That Max Lee's classic form hasn't exactly panned out, but he was okay there. And 5 Vatican, a little bit soft. The well-bred colt.
I think that 2 is getting tailed.
As is typical of the Coolmore yard. But look, his trials have been nice and soft. He hasn't been let off the bit. He looks the part there on screen, and I guess we'll find out what's under the bonnet today. 3, 1, 2 and 5. I'm with Internal Affairs. Just keeps firming here, Marto.
Yeah, bench the market move with tab for Tom Sherry, Brad Widdup, $6 into $3.70. So Internal Affairs is closing in on Bohemian Rhapsody at the top weight, $3.60 this morning into $3.30. So it's not friendless. Helio is, it goes $3.50 out to $7. Vatican, you're right, it was expensive, $1.2 million. Beautifully bred colt for Waller and Berry, $5.50 out to $7.50. She's a Boom is $9 into $7.50 back to $8. There's money for Billy Cart Blue for Kieran McAvoy and for Chris Waller, $11 into $8.50. It's horse number 8, set the back $100,000. It's a Blue Point filly, 4th and 2nd in its trials for Waller. What's the read?
Yeah, I thought the latest trial was okay at Canterbury. Marto finished a length and a quarter behind Lumbini that day, and thought the overall time was solid. And yeah, 2 trials have been okay here. Billy Clark Blue and that 1.2 million price tag, Marto, that's pretty cheap for Coolmore.
Is. Where's the circus? 126 into 51 is worthy of mention because it's been spec'd at huge odds at Trapeze Artist filly on debut for Paul Murray off a Kimball Grange trial win by half a length.
Yeah, she was pushed along on that occasion, but I liked the effort, and they did zip home in pretty good time. The overall trial time was strong too. So Paul Murray, he can find a good one and bring him to town and be really competitive. So a bit out wide, sure, off the provincial trial, but I didn't mind it.
Late with the bookies, Bohemian Rhapsody is $3.50 into $3.20, and Internal Affairs, your top pick, really well tried everywhere to beat it. $5 into $3.30. A colt by Home Affairs set the back $440,000. It's $101 for the Golden Slipper.
It's my favourite, Tomato. Look, he did a good job fresh. I believe they want to take a sit today, just get a bit of cover with him and get one to chase. I think you'll find he'll probably be 3rd or 4th, and yeah, by all report, the yard, he needed that run first up as well, and he wouldn't have to improve a lot to be right in the finish, as the market suggests here.
Don't forget about the Saturday tab special, races 1 to 6 here, Randwick, Pakenham and Eagle Farm. Details on screen. The Inglis Nursery, they're getting set. This race has produced 2 Golden Slipper winners in She Will Reign and Moss Fun, and they're about to send them on their way for the 2025 edition with Darren.
Delona. And we're good to go now. Inglis Nursery, $400,000 in prize money. Ready to run. Bit of movement in a wider gate. Internal Affairs heavily backed. Now the starters come down off the ladder there, so there is an issue with one, looks like number 8 here, Billy Cart Blue's got right down in the gate, so there will be a delay. Billy Cart Blue, I think, is the horse that's in a bit of strife there. They've unloaded the neighbouring runners. She's a Boom. Yeah, she's a Boom on the gate inside there. So the horse is sort of trapped underneath the gates at the moment. So we'll see how this plays out in regards to getting Billy Cart Blue out of her current position. So we've got a delay here at Randwick. Delay now for the running of the English Nursery. That was a shame. They were just about ready to go. But Billy Card Blue got cast there on the gates and is in a pretty awkward position at the moment. So the barrier crew will work on getting her out of that current predicament. So a delay here for the running of race 5. Delay Randwick.
There's a delay here at Randwick. Horses obviously just taken out of the barriers there as we attend to that horse, Billy Cart Blue. Hopefully all is okay there. Marto, yeah, not a lot more to report from the betting here, but these horses obviously kept nice and calm around the gates there.
All right, so a delay ahead of the running of the English Nursery there. So we've got a lengthy delay at this stage. Let's look ahead to the start of Ascot. Big day in the West once again this week. It's a 10-race card. The feature race 9 at Group 3.
You can't put the Ascot on.
$1.5 million is the Gold Rush. Darren McCauley calling the big day. And Hobart West is the favourite in the first. Went up at 240 and tumbles into 185. So it's a clear-cut market mover. Mississippi Dawn is 390 out to 420 on the second line. And nothing dramatic happening amongst any of the others for race number 1 there from Ascot. Quick look over the bookies. And Hobart West is 225 into 190. It's the mover everywhere. Freedom Escape for Chris Parnham is $9.50 out to 10, back into $9. For Real Thrills is What a Prince and Royal Splendour have both been specced. Karen McAvoy's got the saddle off there, and other jockeys just sitting around, not standing around, just waiting for some action there at Randwick. Ascot, I'm told, will be on Sky Racing 2. We might look further ahead and to race number 4 at Eagle Farm, Joycey, with some time on our side. It's benchmark 70 over the 1,000 metres, and you're with Barbary Spur, who's been freshened off his first up second of this track and trip.
Marto, he's come up with barrier 1. He only goes up a kilo for that second behind Bossed Up, and Bossed Up has franked that form, winning well again since. In fact, there have been 3 winners come out of that race from the 18th of October. He should get the run of the race. He's never finished outside of the top 2. You know, he deserves to be favourite. I think he's around about the right price, maybe just fractionally over. The 8 Scripted, a horse I've always really liked. She's 2 from 2, but she's coming back from a long layoff. So she must have had an issue there. Her trials have been sharp, though, so keep an eye on the market moves around the 8. Number 10, Yo-Yo Easy. He's a half to Uncommon James. He's always had massive boom on him. He's back from a spell off a very easy Deegan trial win. He's quick. He may even lead them up here, but if he does, I think he'll give Barbary Spur the gun trail. And number 5, Benzu. He's the best of the back markers. I think they'll have to be negative from the draw today, but there's a bit of money around for him as well. He trolled up a storm at Doom and heading into this first up run. So plenty of class about this for a benchmark 70, Marta.
Barbary Spur is your top pick, the favourites with the tab fixed. $2.70 this morning, late $2.40, back out to $2.60, now $2.70. Yo-Yo Easy is $2.80 this morning, $2.90, back into $2.70 late and alongside it. Then we've got Moulin Miss, number 6, out to $8.50 off $7.50. Ben Zuza firmer into $7.50 off 10 for CJ Graham and Billy Healy. And Scripted is firming for Matt Dunn and Andrew Mallion at his $10 into $8. They are the key inward moves for race number 4 from Eagle Farms, due in around about 3 minutes or so from now. Great day's racing at Eagle Farm today, with the Gateway, of course, the feature there, Joycey.
Yes, Marto, a ticket into the Stradbroke for the winner of the Gateway. And when we saw the noms earlier in the week, we were a bit surprised. Not a lack of depth, but just probably a lack of overall numbers. And a few horses sort of dual nommed, a couple accepted in both races and have turned up in the Gateway. So ready to ship certainly adds a lot of interest now heading that way. And then, of course, Boomtown Boss, he was always going to be the horse they all had to beat. Tuned has turned up as well. He's coming here off some very consistent Sydney form for the Archibald stable. And Band of Brothers, who look good winning up there at the Sunshine Coast recently. So they're the big 4, and that's leaving out the likes of El Mazzillo and Poster Girl. Poster Girl, of course, 2 from 2 this campaign as well. So there is a bit of depth to it. Probably not the numbers we thought. We've only got a field of 10, but it's worth 300,000, and the win Australia to Australia.
Now, Billy Cards Blue is a confirmed scratching, a late scratching of horse number Ace, and they are locking them away once again for the English Nursery for $400,000 back to Darren at Randwick.
Of Billy Card Blue. So Elio moving into Dubai. We go, moves up now to the outside draw. And we're ready again here for the running of the English Nursery. Stand by for a start. Billy Card Blue, the late scratching. Starter, press of the button now. Racing in the English nursery and Total Affair jump well with Elio. And where's the Circus showing speed to lead? Regal Hustle races through to second on the inside of Internal Affairs and Bohemian Rhapsody improving to fourth. Elio back to fifth now. 2 for the back to Vatican. She's a boom to Dubai we go and cool as can be. So the roughie leads the way here. Where's the Circus out by length? Regal Hustle had to come off heels. Internal Affairs had to steady. Meantime, Bohemian Rhapsody's getting a charm run right up the inside and Elio's behind it. Where's the Circus leads into the straight from Regal Hustle, a length and a half Bohemian Rhapsody, who has to go back to the inside. Eternal Affairs next, Vatican winding up wide out and Elio hits the rest. Where's the Circus at big odds? 150 to go, leads by 2 on Regal Hustle, Elio, Internal Affairs and Vatican. Where's the Circus in front? 50 out. Paul Murray has taken out the English nursery with a big run.
11-3.
Circus, beating Internal Affairs, Regal Hustle and Elio. Then came Vatican, followed by She's a Boom. Bohemian Rhapsody didn't pick up. To Dubai we go and cool as can be.
They couldn't catch
11-3 and 7.
Pre-races, we expected huge odds, Damo, and it's all the way.
Yeah, take about Paul Murray. What a performance. What a ride by JVO. Straight to the front. Too good. Eternal Affairs second. Regal Hustle wraps third.
Well done to Paul Murray, Jean Van Overmeer.
So what happened is that 11 got through, which was there. So they were in a bad position. Then from the bottom, these two were there. So 11 was there. And that was a queen. See, the problem is when the colts do not have the right working relationship with the jocks, it becomes very difficult for the colts to win because they don't react, they don't respond. And that is exactly what has happened. 7 was this one. So that happened. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Seven, 11, 12 has been scratched from 6. 9, 4, 8, 1. So the 9 is the favorite, okay? Now, generally, that and that, they work together. Either that or the drifts or the EWs. All right, now the EWs here are in trouble. This is a 6-year-old gilding from gate number 10, drop in class. That's trouble. This one is in a very bad situation. Gate number 12, not happening. This one is not of this particular class. The other one is 6. Okay. That's the other one. Now, the point is this, that the 9 is the favorite. Now, what is in favor of this? And, so the 8 and the 9 are of the same class. The 9 is definitely higher in FR, so that's good. One way, that is good, and it doesn't need the physics this side. Why? Because it's a drift. Rest, this guy needs a physics, though it's a 4-figure, maybe without physics will work, but these two are in trouble. The 14 and 13 are not the ones. Then these guys are there, which is 2.51. So generally, up till 2000 meter, the linears win. That means this guy. But this guy is not in a position, and it looks difficult for him to win. On top of that, the pressure is more on this gentleman who is the top class. Class-wise, he is the top. The problem with him is he doesn't have the physics. Is the second linear, he doesn't have the physics, so winning is difficult for him. This one is an advantage which is there. Which is standing where? Here. So this one is in. This is standing here. Okay. 68, 12, 4G. Okay. And here is here. Okay. So the problem here is, again, back to, what we've done, what we have seen where, I don't know where, but the problem that I'm trying to explain is this guy should have dropped to below 20%, which is not the thing. It is at 38-40%, which means that it's a very unstable horse. Okay, what it will do is something very difficult to assume. That's the largest inner. Okay, generally what happens, this one and either the largest drift or EWs will get in. Okay, so this one is in difficult position, so the next best is definitely 9. That is, through that it is okay, but and this is the safest. Why? Because this guy doesn't need the physics technically. 9 doesn't need the physics, 13 doesn't need the physics, 14 doesn't need the physics. 1 definitely needs the physics to win this, which it doesn't have. So that is a lot of leverage. There is a lot of thing going on. Probably yes, 9. It is from gate number 7. The gate is also okay. Generally, they work together. Right now, this gentleman is in a bad state. Now, why that 6 is a check is because if we look through, let's understand what's 4 and 6. Okay. So the 4 is definitely a class above than 6, which is true. There is a jock, but this one is though it has advantage, but this one is in a is in a better state. This one is in a better state because it's a drift from and it matches. I mean, it has to be like that. This essentially, if this is not an EW, then how this will play is questionable, but this fits the bill anyway. That's that. The thing is, this one is okay. The problem is here, it should have been 20%. I'm going to there is nothing else. Okay, there is nothing else. We can't go with the 8. The linear cannot win this. From gate number 9, it's not in a state. It's not in a winning state. It has the physics, it has everything, but it's not in a winning state. That's one of the lowest FRs. That's not in a winning state. 1, the second linear it doesn't have the physics. Cannot. I don't go with horses that doesn't have the physics. It's very difficult to see that they will win. The 4 is an advantage, which is there. Possibilities are that 9, then 4, if the 6 doesn't knock the 4 out. 9, 8, 7, 8, and then maybe 9. That's what I think might play. The advantage will get in place. One of these two guys, right? So the 8 is not in a winning position. The 1 doesn't have the physics to win this. Rest everything is all, advantage or something else. The 2 doesn't have the physics. That is also a linear. I would not believe that the 2 can actually win without a physics on an 1800 meter. This guy doesn't need the physics. It's a drift. All right. 9, 14, this guy, they don't need the physics to win. They can win from anywhere. So the 9 fits the bill. The 9 fits the bill. The others are in very, very difficult situation. So 9 fits the bill. Now here is the it also has a dedicated jock, so that's a relief that it has a dedicated jock, and the jock probably knows what to do with this horse. But here is the flip side of this. The flip side is this, that on an 1800 meter, what will basically happen? So if, let's say, through the class and through the arrangement, this guy is the favorite. Now if this guy is the jock definitely knows the horse, and they kind of have been together. Is a dedicated jock. That's fair. But let's say if this guy falls behind, is for some reason it's coming from gate number 7. So if this guy falls behind, and if this thing is getting raved, so this is not a linear. You cannot rave this horse. You can rave this one. You can rave this one. You can't rave this one. So if this guy gets raved with that pressure, then it will be difficult. Which, there is no other option also. Either it is this 9, or we stay out. Because there's nothing else that can actually, in a working condition. Rest everything is very dicey in its own way. The 8, very dicey. This one doesn't have the physics. Then it goes to this guy, doesn't have the physics, gate number 11. So then the drift. So that's the largest drift, and it is on pressure. That's a problem. This guy cannot be on pressure, but he is on pressure, which essentially means that it is a very volatile horse, and it's a very unstable horse. Now, if this thing is getting raved, then he doesn't have the pressure to be raved. That's the first thing. Secondly, this cannot be raved. It doesn't have the advantage to charge from the back. It cannot charge from the back. It has to be in a leading position and keep that leading position from the, it has to be stable in that leading position. It cannot fall back. So it's not a clear shot. It is dicey. But apart from that, there is nothing else that can be banked on. If anything else works out, that's a separate thing. And we will know why it worked out and how it worked out. But there's a problem. We'll see how that works. Gatekeeper, welcome back. Dows, look at 7 at Pakenham. Oh, I missed it. They're showing Waller. So yeah, that's more or less the scene. I don't know if that'll work. I don't know why Randwick is putting up races like this today. But that's the only choice. This thing is difficult. 4 is an advantage with a class possibly in if the 6 doesn't knock it out. The 11, the 2 doesn't have the physics. This one is difficult to believe what it will do. The 8 has the physics, but it's not in a shape. This one, also the same thing. This is an advantage anyway. This doesn't have. This is 3. This can go wrong as in like nobody's business, man. PC, welcome back, PC. First word of the day.
he'd be favourite. I'm surprised Sun God's in front of him, but it is that type of race. But I've gone with Rotogilla on top. I thought this was a good roughie, number 6 Unlimited. He's the bet I've had in the race, and the one I
roughy is the right word for the that
he got
nine.
back in that Sun God race, slowly run race, total forgive. He actually hit the
It's
line
unstable.
Is it home in 32.60?
Let's go, PC, but the dicey one, PC.
They zipped home that fast in an 1800.
Dicey one.
So they just went so slow. He ran second at Gilded Water and beat that horse to start prior to subsequent Caulfield runs prior to that.
Kind of dicey. I don't like the arrangement of the entire thing here.
He just wants him to go slow because he's got a turn foot this horse and he can use it. Best last 200 performance on the 80 last time out at Newcastle off that slow tempo. And won't collect your cash. Good win first up range. Is it a Weddy? I'm not sure, but it just might be a genuine.
Yes, you do.
This guy up to 1800 suits. So 9, 6, 4 and 1. 6 the bet though for me, Unlimited. Have something small on him there at $15. I think he might run you a race here.
A few are actually, Davo. It's $19 into $15 with the tab fixed. Sun God's the favourite. Clear market mover. It's into $2.90 or $4.80.
We have a horse by the name Sun God here in India.
$3.10 out to $3.60. So Sun God, very good backing there on the tab fixed. There it is on screen. Let's have a look.
I don't know if it's still racing, but it was there 3-4 years ago.
In the Davo mix, 16 into 15. Socino's another one that's been spec'd at longer odds, and it's horse number 14, so it's right down the bottom there for Alicia Collett and the Archibalds. It was placed back-to-back at Rose Hill prior to a last start 5th at Canterbury. 20, 21 into 19, now into $17, Socino, Davo.
Yeah, he's been backed a few times, Marto, this preparation. He was 7 into 442 back at Rose Hill, and pretty solid at 550 last time out. He's disappointing, I thought. Hill, I thought he had his chance as well, but look, he's getting fitter with every run. Stable are just flying at the moment. You look at their stats the last 6 months or so, they are incredible. So maybe that's the move with the stable such in good form.
Sun God's been best back, freshened and back to Canterbury trial.
Yes,
in career best form.
the Sun God.
He is, yeah. He's another one who's really hit his straps this preparation with another campaign under his belt for Chris Waller, and we saw the effort at Warwick Farm was terrific there. Went to Randwick at 2000 here, back on November 1. He got back and never got into the race that day, but back onto a dry track last time out at Newcastle. Got the right run off a really slow speed, but he sprinted very strongly late there to score in good late figures. So he needs to do it again now, but the draw's okay. He probably just, like I said, wants them not to go too fast because then he can use his turn of speed. He's a funny horse in that I don't think he can really style horse in the middle.
Easy.
So tempo key, they go really hard. It might bring him undone.
This one needs a lot of praise. This one needs a lot of praise. That's for sure. This is
2 wins from 4 starts.
one nutcase of a race.
5 starts. He's won twice at Randwick and once at Rose Hill. It's pretty good going. He's
This one needs a lot of praise for sure.
And a bit of sting out of the track now. We're into a good forward.
What is
Really bother him either there. So
What is the
I think
advantage? Probably
pretty consistent type that's going to be right in the finish
the
here.
advantage will knock it up.
Upside as well. Only 13 starts into his career.
And he's just trotting to the start point there at the 1800 metres for race number 6 on the Ingham Day. Let's send to Darren.
Buster at 750. And Pocketing, who was runner-up behind Sun God at Newcastle last time. Pocketing is priced at $9. Drawn wide out here today, Pocketing. But Sun God, with the dry track, is really popular. And no rain today. Minimal rain yesterday, and the track was upgraded earlier to a good 4. Rotogiller's in great form, having a terrific preparation, Rotogiller. And
I need to go to the washroom. I'll be back in a jiffy before the race starts.
Meridiana at Rose Hill last time, turning the result around on their clash at Newcastle a few weeks earlier. But Sun got a winner at that same meeting last time out. Really popular here, and Zach Lloyd in the saddle again. So they're getting set well. We had an upset in the English nursery. Where's the circus? Led all the way. It was $126 this morning in SP at 51. Paul Murray and John Van Overmeer combining. So moving in well, Brosnan, the Greys coming up. Collect Your Cash, looking for back-to-back wins. Got through the conditions well at Kembla on the big day to win. So Brosnan getting set, and we wait now on Pocketing and Rough Attack. The last two for the Bobbingham AO handicap here over the 1800 metres. Now Brosnan hasn't consented to go in at the first two attempts, but some of the barrier guys have got involved there, and now Brosnan is locked away. Now Pocketing to come up, just getting some sweat removed from the neck, and Rough Attack now is the last to go in. He's second up today, Rough Attack. Who's in, and they're all set now. There's the light. Ready, and they're racing. Cecina began brilliantly and charges straight to the lead from Inquiring Minds. Collect Your Cash. Pocketing being sent forward out wide on the outside of Sun God, then Rodigilla. A length and a half Private Legacy Unlimited. Mr. Buster settles back in the field with Rough Attack, and Brosnan is the last one. Cecina in front, and Pocketing goes right up on the outside from the outside gate and just sits off the lead.
I'm back.
Moves up on the outside to Collect Your Cash. They're followed by Rodigilla. He gets right under the favourites back there. In advance of Inquiring Mind, then Unlimited. Rough Attack a bit deep from Private Legacy. The in for Mr. Buster. And Brosnan is the last one. Cecina leads by 3/4 of a length now to Pocketing. Collect Your Cash takes a sit now. Third on the leader's back. Inside the post-time favourite Sun God, who's been heavily back today. Two further back to the informed Rodigilla, travelling on a nice long rein. On the outside of Inquiring Minds, Rough Attack 3 wide Keen. On the outside of Unlimited, then Private Legacy, Mr. Buster, and 2 lengths to Brosnan. Cecino leads inside the 700 metres from Pocketing, and Sun God travels well on the outside to Collect Your Cash. Followed by Rodigilla, Inquiring Minds, Rough Attack still 3 wide. On the outside of Unlimited, Private Legacy, Mr. Buster. Brosnan sees them all. No change to the order. 4:50 to go. Cecino swings in front of Pocketing. Sun God peels 3 wide now from Collect Your Cash, and Rodigilla is right on the coattail of Sun God. 300 to go. Pocketing moved up to Cecino. Sun God goes to the pair. 2 further back to Rodigilla. It's Pocketing in front inside the 150. Sun God is chipping away. Pocketing going well from Sun God. Pocketing still in front. 3/4 kicking away. Pocketing too good. That's been a good strong win. Flip the Newcastle result. Pocketing beats Sun God. And a photo third, Rodigilla and Inquiring Minds. Then Private Legacy. Mr. Buster too far back. Then Unlimited from Brosnan. Collect Your Cash dropped out. So did Cecino. Rough Attack was wide the trip, finishing last.
Pocketing home for Braith Knock at $9.22.70 to beat Sun God at $1.40. Inquiring Minds to run third at $8.70, just ahead of Rodigilla number 9. Pocketing back in winning form off a last start second to Sun God, beating at 3.5 kilos better. It turns the tables today, Davo.
Yeah, that's weight swing, Marto.
2. That happened. That's dicey. That is dicey. But this makes sense. I mean, that and that makes sense. This, I did not like it because it did not have the physics here. But then 1800 meter, this is a This is not one of these guys, not a 3-figure, it's a 4-figure. And still better than this because it is still around 20%. Anyway, it was like looking for a needle in the haystack. It's that bad. I don't know how. And what to do with that. 7, 6 and 7 has been scratched. 10, 3, 1, 9. What's going on here is this, that firstly it is a race between all grandpas, all 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old, they are here. Now let's understand this. These two are the first and the second linear, okay, but they are like 4 figures, so I'm assuming they do not need the physics this side, so that's that part of the story. But through the class they are the lowest, and if we 6-year-old geldings are lowest in the listed race. That essentially means that they are not exactly great. They're not exactly, great in their form, and that pretty much looks like that. So obviously, if all of them are in the same class, then the FR will talk. Like here in this particular race, if all of them were in the same class, the FR spoke. Okay, that'll talk. So in this case, that 11 becomes a check. Why? Because that's a drop in class. That if they are of the same class, then that's the highest. All right, it comes from the gate number 2. The 1 is a very good one. That's the highest in class, but that's from gate number 11, and it's a 7-year-old gelding. So I don't know what that will do, but that 11 is pretty much in the game. That's one thing that is there. That's the first thing, that the 11 is there. The second thing is, I think it's 10, 11, 9. That's how probably it'll play. If they are the same, then here it'll work, which is an advantage. Gate number 5. Both of them are 6-year-old geldings. I think 10 is the right odd. I think 10 is the right odd. See, I'll just explain what is happening, right? This is from gate number 11. It is pretty much wide for a 7-year-old gelding. That's that. The other one, which is here, is from gate number 3, but it is an 8-year-old gelding. I don't know what it will do. It is to the numbers, it is better than this one. This is a 79. This is a 77. Anyway, that is that. So they are all same class. In that case, we ignore that. This is fallen. I think it is between these horses have been put in there unnecessarily. I think they are not in a shape. This one is definitely in trouble because of gate number 11. This one is also in trouble because it is 8-year-old gelding and not in the right shape. It has the physics though. So we are left with these horses, which are the challenges or the lowest in the class line. The 3, which is here, is there, but it is like that. So I don't know how good that thing is going to be, but if this plays this particular class, which is -5, all right, which I think it is going to play, because the others are in very dicey situation. This one may be the top class, but it is a 7-year-old gelding from gate number 11. This one is the second in line, which is an 8-year-old gelding. I don't know how good that will be. So yeah, 10 is probably the right odd. Okay, and it's a 2400 meter. They don't need the physics anyway. So that's that. Out of these two, this is high, and out of these two, this is higher. So chances are 10, 11, then 9. I don't know if it will go anywhere else. The 3 they have as there, it's one of the class horses, but it's a 7-year-old gelding, and not that you know. I think 10 is the right odd. But the 11 is pretty much there, because if it is all the same class, then that will talk. I think it's the right odd, 10. We'll see how it works. Eagle Farm. It's showing Pakenham. Dow's had to boom. Dow's. Back in hand. We're on Newcastle.
Get trackside. And why will be the last. Starters in position. About to get underway. Why? The last one to come up. Goes in now. Red light. Set to go. They stand up well. Starter holding them. Standing by, and they're away. Not a bad line out. Lunda Excellence began nicely. Saturn's Legacy on the inside is prominent early. Moana Gold into third. A darker fourth the inside. And then followed by Dynast King, getting well back Woe Nelly, and why on its outside back at the tail. So Lunda Excellence looks keen to take the lead, and as they're about to leave the back straight, Lunda Excellence crosses down to the rail and led by a length and a half over Saturn's Legacy. In third spot, Moana Gold, and a darker force back on the inner. And then came Dynast King, followed by Yes, throwing its head about as it's being restrained, and on its inside was Woe Nelly. So Lunda Excellence carts them off the back straight and down the side, heading towards the 600 metres. Led by by a length over Saturn's Legacy. 2 lengths away, Moana Gold, a darker. Often running out wider on the track now is Dynast King, and then Woe Nelly, and Yes, Yes, Yes back at the tail. Coming to the bend, Learn to Excellence is the leader. Saturn's Legacy getting on terms the outside. A darker tracks up behind those, followed by Moana Gold, and then came Woe Nelly starting to work down the centre with Dynast King. Saturn's Legacy hit the lead over Learn to Excellence. Moana Gold, a darker back to the inside. Woe Nelly running on, but Saturn's Legacy pinched a break inside the last 100. Saturn's Legacy is holding them all at bay and coming clear. Saturn's Legacy over Woe Nelly. Photo third, Moana Gold or a darker. And they were followed next in by Dynast King, YYY, and Learn to Excellence finished at the tail. Behind Saturn's Legacy, paying 3 range across the totes. 9 beats 10, 7's run third, 8 will run fourth to race number 4 at Newcastle. Just back to Pakenham and cleaning up the cup. 1 by Tara Mansour, 13, 10 ran second.
A number of key rivals. I think that's the right form race, and I'm happy to go with him with the lightweight here. Asterisk did win that Beaufort last time at Newcastle. Look, 6 starters in that race for 0 placings, but he did win it, and he won it quite well. I just don't know if I want to really be on anything behind him there. 12 Spadecaster, gets in nice and light, gets to the right distance now, 3rd run back, and 3 Future History. A horse that's been struggling a little bit of late, but look, he'll get up on speed, and a key gear change can help him. But 10, 1, 12 and 3 for me. Hollywood Hero, happy to go with him on top, but these staying races, Marto, they can share them a little bit.
Yep, and that's reflected in the marketplace because there's not a lot to report. Hollywood Hero, you're on top, would be best back. $3.40 this morning, $3.60 into $3.30 very late in the piece. And Future History is the second pick, just into $5 or $5.50. It's money for Spadecaster number 12. The Davidson third pick is $12 into $9.50 for Zach Lloyd, Chris Waller. So it's attracting good interest, Spadecaster, Davo.
He's a pretty hard horse to catch, Marto, but I liked his second run out to 2,000 metres. He obviously needed the run first up, but you go back through his form and He's a two-time winner at 2,400 metres. He's certainly getting out to the right distance range. Whether he needs one more, but he didn't have that long a break between preparations. So third up, no weight on his back. Good jockey avoiding Zach Lloyd. There's a bit to like at the each way odds.
Let's have a look at the bookies activity last 15 minutes. Where Hollywood Hero best back 370 into 320. This goes back to 330. Future History 550 into 5. Spaycaster is 10 into 950. Little nibble Age of Sale for Chris Lee's Alicia Collett 8. Alicia Collett 8 out to 11, then back into $10. He's been freshened. Hit the line well last time out at Newcastle. Extra 100 should suit again today.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sprint home there as well at Newcastle. I thought it was a solid effort. Like I said, the format of that race hasn't really been frank. That's my concern. I was just looking more at the ATC Cup. But look, he's a good, honest stayer that, he's always thereabouts. And it wouldn't surprise me if he was able to win. He won the Port Macquarie Cup 3 back, beating a couple of nice rivals in Belvedere Boys and Wild Champ. So, look, he'd need to improve a little bit, but he has place here at Randwick Football.
Best back is your top pick, Hollywood Hero, out to the 1.5 miles for the first time, but it's got no weight on the back once again. It's won as far as 1,600 in the past.
Yeah, he's probably short enough with that little query in mind. He did stick to the task pretty well at Rose Hill last time out all the same, and there's nothing really in his pack to suggest he won't see out the trip. But you wouldn't have to see it out that well to be beating these, because he does have a little bit of a turn of speed, and a lot of these, with respect to them, a little bit one pace. So he's just got to get the 2,400 now.
Christmas Cup at listed grade for 200,000 and launches off the main quaddie on the Ingham Day as we take it at Darren.
And asterisks are the remaining runners to move forward. Blinkers on Wycliffe today for the first time, but Hollywood Hero's been well supported. He's fully fit. He's had 4 runs under his belt, trying 2,400 metres for the first time. Ash Morgan in the saddle, carrying 53 kilos. So Asterix looking for back-to-back wins. The Beaufort winner, they're all set to go. Mending Hearts, Broken Hearts, Christmas Cup, they're off. Westall missed the kick a little bit. Hollywood Hero second last out of the gates, and Palmetto was away nicely together with Naval College, but Future History's right there on the fence, and Future History holds the front from Naval College. Fashita Sand sits pretty handy on the inside, going to third. Spaycaster 4, followed by Asterix Age of Sail, the Rouse, and Palmetto's caught wide early, just trying to slip in front of the favourite Hollywood Hero. Then Whettor and Wycliffe is in a half 3 wide position as they turn out of the straight. Soft lead for Future History in the hands of Adam Hieronymus. He's really trying to stack them up. Future History by Link Naval College. Fajita Sand sitting closer today in third. A couple off to Spaycaster and the white cap on the outside of Age of Sail. 2 lengths away to Asterix. Then came Palmetto, who slipped in. A length further back to Hollywood Hero. Whettor and Wycliffe are the last 2. Inside the 1,600 metre mark now, and Future History with an uncontested lead from Naval College is sitting back. Fashita Sands enjoying a nice trail. Spaycaster there, 1 out 1 back on the outside of Age of Sail. They're followed then by Asterix from Palmetto, Hollywood Hero. The post-time favourite is third last, working down the back. Whettor and Wycliffe are still the last 2. So they go inside the halfway mark now, and Future History a length clear from Naval College. Fajita Sand, there's no change to the order. Spaycaster well positioned by Zach Lloyd in 4th, then Age of Sail the fence. A length and a half then to Asterix, a length and a half to Palmetto from Hollywood Hero on the running line, and still it's Wycliffe and Whettor the last 2. They start the run down the High Street side of the course now, 800 to go. Future History a half in front to Naval College. There are no moves. Fajita Sand third on the rails inside Spaycaster. Then Age of Sails followed by pulling wide now, Asterix going a little bit closer, followed by Hollywood Hero about to jump onto its back. Palmetto going through the middle. Wycliffe and Whettor still last of all. Future History ripped up coming around the turn. Fajita Sands had a good run pushing up the fence as Asterix gets going, squeezing Naval College out of it. Age of Sail the fence. Hollywood Hero is starting to wind up on the outside. Future History, Asterix and Hollywood Hero clear from Fajita Sand. Age of Sail, it's Future History, and Asterix slogging it out. A half to Hollywood Hero, Palmetto Lake. Future History being lifted by Hieronymus, wins the Christmas Cup. Future History ahead to Asterix. Got up for third. Hollywood Hero didn't stay the 2,400 metres, ultimately running fourth. Then Spaycaster, Age of Sail, Pursuit of St. Every Hope. Big gap
3,
back to
1,
Naval
4
College,
and 10.
Westmore, Whitecliff.
Future History wins the Christmas Cup in the 5-range Davo across the totes, the 8-year-old.
Yeah, he does, Marlo. The 8-year-old there getting the job done.
Nice.
He's been a horse that's always sort of been in Melbourne Cup calculations for a few seasons there, a little while back, and hasn't quite gone on with it. But today, beautifully rated, rolling along in front, and he's been able to fight off the canvas to beat Asterix. Good effort.
So 3 because of the class. 1 because of the class. 4 because of the class. And then 10. 3, 1, 4. And then 10. Back. So practically these guys, they did not get a chance. It went here, here, then here. Anyway, that happened. (18, 21, 23, and 24) all scratched. (1, 13, 20, and 11). It's the same situation back again. That one is the top class that it's like that, and it is from gate number 21. Right now it's gate number 24 after the scratchings, so it's from gate number 24. Okay, it's a 1600 meter, gate number 24. I don't know how great that is going to be. And it's not that it's a very young horse. It's not that. It's very young, and it'll pull through from gate number 24. This is a very good horse. Last time I kind of backed this. This is Sabaj, and it did the job. But today it has pressure. The jock is kind of not exactly handicapped rightly. So that's that side of the story. And we have this, which is 4, 2. I don't know whether those gates will work. I don't know. 21, 24, 25 plus this is like that. That's, I mean, logically it is the highest class. Here also we got knocked out by these two. They were the two of the top classes. So, but here it is from gate number 24. Those gates are very dicey. Plus, it is a 6-year-old gelding, not in its greatest form. Has the physics, all that is there present, but whether that is possible from gate number 1, gate number 24, I don't know. I think 26, 28, 22. This is here, gate number 17. This is a 5-year-old mare from gate number 16. So in between, this is the only horse which is there. I don't know how that thing is going to work. It's a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 10. I can still take something from the inner gate, but that's a little too much. But it is higher in class than all of these. That 3. It's a gate number 10. And I think it's 13. It's very, very, very dicey believing that this thing is going to work from gate number 10. I don't know. I don't want to comment on this. But last time I liked this horse Sabaj, but right now their arrangement is kind of dicey. Doesn't have the right jock handicapping on this. Plus gate number 20. It's a 4-year-old gelding. It's a fantastic horse. Doesn't have the physics. A lot of things are missing on this horse. So that, I don't know whether it'll work. This is the top, but not in its greatest form. From gate number 21, dicey. How will it work? I don't know. The chances are here again, and this is the one which is a low pressure, a little higher, but I think the linear will push through. Let's see, 13. I think 13, 120. These are very difficult. And then we have them. They kind of are like that. So we'll see how it works. What about 13? 13 is the one I think is 13 is the one I think is the right arrangement. 13. See, last time here what happened is everything went to the class. All right, it's a 2400 meter. Everything went to the class. The 3 won with the class. This thing came in second. Then this thing 4 came in this, because this was an 8-year-old, and I thought what the 7-year-old would do from gate number 11, but it actually delivered on a 2400 meter. But the point is this, that I don't know what to say, Gatekeeper. This is like that. Personally, I wouldn't go with those horses, with those gates, with those situations. No matter how good they look or how good is the class, all that is good, but It's not like a 3-year-old gelding or a 4-year-old gelding or a 5-year-old mare which can actually pull from those gates. It's difficult. It's a 6-year-old gelding. And there are like good 20 horses in here. I like the 13, but it's dicey because it's not of this particular class. It is if the class interferes, then 13 is in trouble. Like here, the 3, if we take this one out, then it is 3. All right, the next. Now that's a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 10. How would you even think that this is going to make some sense? It doesn't have the physics this side. It's a 1600 meter that'll require. It doesn't have this side. 11 has, but if we compare these two, then 13 is much better, but it is from gate number 14. So we'll see how 14, right now it is showing 16. Anyways, I have rectified that, so it is calculating on the basis of even if we change the gate numbers, it will remain the same, so that's not an issue anyway. So I think it is 13. I don't know. One, I mean, technically speaking, yes, one should be the favorite, but if that was anywhere within, gate number 10, I would have a little more confidence. Plus, if this section was a little better, that would have given a little more confidence, but that's not the scene. I mean, this thing going with 1 is a hope that does not exist, for me at least. I don't even know who to pray in this kind of a situation. It's either I get in or I don't. And if I do, then maybe 13. They've made it a, today somehow Randwick has made it a, I don't know what to call it. It is like either they did not have the stock and they were not making money for a long time. They said like, okay, we've not been in business for a long time. Let's get the mules and let's get the donkeys and let's make, some kind of an event. So it's something on those lines, because I mean, do you see anything where things can go a little confidently? I mean, this is like a 20-horse race. It's a freaking 20-horse race. Anything can go wrong at any level. What kind of a confidence do you think anybody would have? This 13 is on a leverage which is the highest leverage. All right. This is like the highest leverage on this horse. There's a jock. That's the only hope that it does the job. I mean, whatever happens, I can understand. I can understand that. So here, if we look at what has happened, then you see So that has happened. So that is, they were the highest leverage. Leverage doesn't lie. That's the only section which will not lie. This cannot lie, because this has got nothing to do with handicapping. All right, it has got nothing to do with handicapping. It's basically a decision that one has to make. It's a decision that the decision is this: for me, I did not want to go with 7-year-old geldings, whether they have leverage or they don't. But the point is this, that leverage is not handicapping. Leverage is not handicapping. Leverage is a pure numerical representation of what that horse has done in the past, and is it a horse that is suitable for this particular race. So the higher the leverage, that means that horse is a fantastic horse. Now my handicap is this, that I do not like to go with those kind of situations. But the leverage doesn't lie. Either they will be able to deliver that leverage. I mean, where is the dilemma on leverage? Okay, so the dilemma on leverage is this, that if leverage is when a horse has been promoted. All right, a horse gets promoted and a horse gets demoted. Now, how the horse gets promoted? Because of the performance. All right, so they get from one class to another. So when that happens, that basically is the gateway for the horse to get into a class above of what he is capable of. Let's say this is a benchmark. Let's say this was a benchmark 78. Let's say, I'm just saying, let's say it's a benchmark 78. Now, if this is a benchmark 78, the highest leverage, and with the DICR here, which shows the class, if that's the highest leverage, and this is a little easier because both of them are 7-year-old. This is from gate number 11 and this is from gate number 1. So you make a mind that, all right, this is low, this is high pressure, this is low pressure, and that's gate number 11, gate number 1. That is how it should play. I like to stay away from all those kind of situations because they are like 7-year-old, 8-year-old. That's my personal handicap. But it doesn't lie. These numbers on the leverage section, they don't lie. All right. The rating can go here and there. All right. The rating can go here and there. The ratings might just go upside down because it had a bad race, or it had there's something something happened during the commentary of the last race. So the rating can go up and down. That is a fact. But leverage is a true representation of what that horse is going to do. What that horse is capable of. So a higher leverage means that it has done fantastic. FR means that it has, there is no problem with the rating. And here we see what it is. It is a linear, so it is a performing horse. There is a promotion. The rating is fine, but it is not of this particular class. Now, the one which is of the class also has leverage. A little less, but also has leverage. But it is not in the right form, and it is from gate number 21. Now you make up your mind what you want to support. Where the decision goes wrong basically is, that's a human thing. That's a human thing that I think is there. Making up your mind. Do I want to go with a 7-year-old, 8-year-old? Do I want to go with the class? Is the class going to win? But that's the picture. Here what happened, everything went to the class. These guys, they did not get a chance. None of them. Everything went to class and leverage. They did not get a chance. But they were younger than them. Here, those are the highest leverages. Okay, 13, 20, 11, 1. Now that's a leverage. There is no jock. How will that pressure work with no jock? That's a decision. That's a call. The horse is fantastic. Then this guy is okay. But they are all challenges. The one which actually has a leverage and of a higher class is this one. But it is from gate number 21, which is a 6-year-old gilding. I mean, how sensible, or what kind of a mind do I need to have to support this horse? I don't know. What kind of a mind do I need to back this horse? A 6-year-old gilding from gate number 21. It's the highest in class. That's there. I don't know, where is PC? What PC? What is PC doing?
It's nowadays known as the Ingham, and it's worth $2 million. And best bet of the daytime for you is Yorkshire, who bounced back to winning form in style in the Festival Stakes last time out at Rosehill. Davo?
He did, Marto. Of course, a few of these chasing that golden ticket into the Doncaster. And look, he's one that just sets up beautifully, I thought, today. Sure, it's an open race, but on a day where there were no good things at Randwick, I thought, well, at the $4 plus, happy to make him the best of the day. He just, beautiful effort last time out in the festival. And look, he bounced back off that cardiac arrhythmia prior to that. I think third up today on the home track, lightweight, expecting to roll forward early. Given a peach last start, I do concede, but I think he's the one with upside in this race, going on to better things. 13 to beat 20 Savage, another one who's got plenty of upside. Just think his form's maybe a length below the Sydney Siders, but I've always liked him ever since his sort of early days in South Australia, and he's gone to a new level under the new stable. One Gringotts, look, he's just so honest, isn't he? I mean, yes, the gates are a concern, but trust Nash to get that right. 61 kilos, he's actually really well in at the weights here, and he carries weight so well. He's got a great record at the mile, and he's just a beauty. And I've thrown in another 3 to Stadio Masteo. No match for Gringotts in the gong. Wasn't far away, though, but I think he did find the right part of the track where Gringotts was back on the inside and not much else did anything in there all day. So 13, 21 and 3, really strong edition of the Ingham / Villiers, and looking forward to seeing if Yorkshire can go on with the job here, Muddo.
Looks a picture there, cantering under Zach Lloyd, went up at $4.60 with the bookies, into 4, back to $4.20. Gringotts is
This thing-
$4.40, Savage with the bagman $5.50 out to 6. Stadio Masteo is $9.
The thing is, I don't know. I'm
everywhere for number 22. Scratch Pakenham to run here.
Yeah, do that. Right at the gates, do that. Change the shoes. Why change the shoes? Change the socks as well.
Well, the stable will be happy to hear that, Muddo, because it took them a long time to decide whether to...
Right at the gate, they were sleeping. At the gates, all of a sudden, they remember that they have to change the
I think was the right call. I'm just worried about
shoes.
the ground, but that rain hasn't arrived. It's not far off Sydney, mind you, so keep an eye on that. But yeah, look, he was good, wasn't he, behind Savage, who's right in the market here. He loves a mile. He hasn't had a lot of luck this prep, and if you look at his winning strike rate, he's had 6 wins. 4 of them have been at the 1600, so I think they pulled the right rein and a good chance at odds here in an open race.
Another unexpected odds is Arctic Glamour, who's come back really well this campaign and ran second to key rival Yorkshire last time out, 26 into 21 with the bookies.
Yeah, she's a horse that's rediscovered her mojo to a certain degree. She just lost her way there for a prep or two, because early on she was showing a lot of promise, and thought her 2 runs back have been great. Won the Hot Danish, albeit not the strongest race, and then ran well behind Yorkshire there the other day, who's your favourite here. Yorkshire potentially a bit more improvement / upside, but they're at the same stage of their preparation, so you could argue that she's got a great hope too. Needs to bring that Rose Hill form to Randwick, but she has won here before.
And Duke de Sessa is 21.31, just back into $26. He was pretty good first up in the gong.
He was, yeah. He wasn't far away off Gringotts and the Stadio Masteo and co. My concern is just whether he wanted a little bit further now. But you know, they often say...
The 20 Dows is a fantastic one, but it is coming from... God knows where it is coming from.
3 of the 6 of them have been at sort of 2400, so... But we know what he's like on his day, Caulfield Cup, of course, and he's a classy galloper. It's just whether they're a little bit sharp for him at the mile.
Yorkshire is your best bet of the day. John O'Shea has won this race 3 times, and his first ever group winner was in this race when it was the Villiers with grey and gold in the year 2000.
There you go, yeah, he's got a really exciting one here. I remember watching him early on in the midweeks, and he handles wet or dry Yorkshire. He's got good speed, and hearing from John all preparation on radio, he sort of said, even second up, he said, yeah, you'll go all right, but he's not near it. He's going to be ready to really peak next time. So this has been the major target, and he was able to get the job done second up already. Now should take another step forward off that.
Let's get to Darren. They're getting set for the Ingham, the feature, Group 2 for $2 million from Randwick.
A more victorious moves in. The favourite comes up now, Yorkshire. Bounced back from the mishap at Newcastle with an all-the-way winner at Rosehill last time out, so Yorkshire is the favourite. Hardy Glamour's been racing well leading up to this step. Hardy moves forward, and here's last year's winner, Robusto. going out at 20 to 1 this year, Robusto. Goes into the race third up today. Rise at Dawn has just been replated behind the barriers, getting set along with Darnation. Same colours as Duke de Sessa. Darnation has the white coloured cap. Meticulously being led forward. Territory Express, notorious for being tardy out of the gates, goes in. And we're down to the last 5. Yu Wang, Melody again, Sabaj, Estadio Mestea, and Gringotts. So Yu Wang moves up now. And there's 3 to go in. The Granbin Cup winner, Sabaj, moves into a white draw. Bo Merton's in the saddle. Estadio Mestea goes in. And the second favourite, Gringotts, moves in now to the outside barrier. He's looking for 3 wins in a row here today.
Gate 24 will
Locked
be.
in for the
Lee, welcome back.
Blinking. Racing. Oh, he's a bad boy again, Territory Express. That's him right out the back. A more victorious was fast out from Rise at Dawn. Robusto handy. Forward on the outside step. Artie settles in 5th. Followed then by Artie Glamour on the inside.
I don't know. I'll have to look at the sheet.
And Democracy
Sheet.
Manifest is racing
That
on
was-
the rails. Estadio Mestea just behind them. After came in Shudo and Gringotts is slipping over. And he's in a midfield position. 1 or 2 off the fence with Melody again pushing through. 2 lengths further back to Darnation in the white cap on the inside of the other white cap runner, Victoria Road. Then came Sabaj, who got several behind him from the bad draw. Tabby Time, Matusalem, Lock Eagle, Yu Wang, and Territory Express is tacked on. Rise at Dawn leads from Yorkshire, 800 to go. A more victorious took his
One is back here.
well positioned to go back to back in the race. Step Artie on the outside at Duke de Sessa. Then came Democracy Manifest. Estadio Mestea and Shudo there on the rails. They're followed further back by Gringotts on the outside of Artie Clever. Into the straight, Rise at Dawn being challenged by Yorkshire. Robusto moves up from a more victorious. Then came Shudo making some ground from Step Artie into Estadio Mestea. Yorkshire takes the lead from Robusto. The pair collided. Yorkshire straightens up, got a length clear from Robusto. Estadio Mestea's winding up. Yorkshire's running out again. He's a length in front though, and Yorkshire wins the Gingham. A half length.
13.
Robusto third, then Rise at Dawn and Shudo closing off. Further back to Tabby Time, a more victorious Duke de Sessa.
He's good. 13.
Gringotts well beaten from Victoria Road, Wang, Democracy Manifest. Then came Darnation, Lock Eagle, and Territory Express was one of the last to finish.
Zach Lloyd
13-3.
winning on Yorkshire at $4.30 and $1.80 and beating Estadio Mestea at $2.90. Looks like 4 Robusto will run third and number 12 Lock Eagle most likely 4th. Looks like 13, 3, 4 and probably 12. Yorkshire is a galloper going somewhere. It's now won 8 of 11, Dubbo.
Oh, he's got every factor you want in a racehorse.
13. So all that happened. 13, 3 and 4. 3 also got in, 4 also got in. And then came 12. This guy. That was a little higher class. Gate number 10. And this is gate number 6. 13, 3. So now if you look at the situation, now you will now see how this is, okay? So that's the top 4 leverages, all right? That's, let's take up till here. Let's take up till here. Those are the top leverages. There's nothing else, okay? Now, what happens and why it happens? So primarily that one was the favorite. Now the one was the highest in class. Comes from gate number 21. It is something that is with the leverage. It is not that it doesn't have the leverage, but it is like that. It is not in the right form. That's the first thing. Then comes 20 Savage. Savage is fantastic. There is no doubt. I backed Savage in the last race, I think. Savage is fantastic, but comes from gate number 20 and doesn't have a jock to support that pressure line. All right. It did not have a jock today. 6 comes from gate number 17, which is a filly. It's not in a shape. Not in a shape. 11 from gate number 7 had the chance, but they did not do anything. They did not do anything. 11 had the chance. It's not that 11 did not have the chance. 11 had the chance. But what happened actually is the physics played. So one side you have the leverage, the other side you have the physics. So the physics will play. They will that 3 with a class which is here got in, the 4 got in, and then this guy got in. That's practically physics. So what gets defeated and why that happens? I mean, the leverage is good. The leverage will not lie. Leverage says exactly what that horse is. But along with that, there are persisting conditions which needs to be considered. Now, if that leverage had been given to an 8-year-old gelding, I would have stayed out of it. On a 1600-meter 8-year-old gelding, I would have stayed out of it. But then this leverage is look at the body weight of that horse. It's good. What will Savage do from gate number 20? He's just bad luck. On top of that, there's a lack of jock. On the contrary, the 11 had a lot of chance today. The 11 had a lot of chance today, especially both of them are 5-year-old geldings. It had the leverage, it had a jock, but just couldn't do anything. And then it played physics. So the leverage will talk, then the advantage, the physics, everything else will matter. Now it becomes a complicated thing when it is like 20 horse race. But what happened is we had them here, all top 3. All top 3 we had it here. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Seven, 11, 13 scratched. 12, 1, 3, and 10. See that this one is the top class, okay? Running neutral 8-year-old gelding. Not in its great form. So here, that 12 is the favorite, okay? That 12 is the favorite. Now, if we look at what's going on, so 10 and 12 both are of the same class. And they are like the challengers. They're not of this particular class. They are the lowest class, but they are performing horses with leverage. Two of the highest leverage. Now this one comes from gate number 10. This one comes from gate number 4. If we look at the FR, this is a better horse. The 10, it's a linear with higher pressure, but it doesn't have a jock. But the jock that it has is a dedicated jock. Is a dedicated jock. So that's 10. 12 is the second in line with leverage. They allow that. But ideally, here, what stands out is, firstly, let's look at the class. So this one is definitely 8-year-old, not doing great. Okay. Then comes this one, which is almost on the similar lines. But after this one, the 4 is not even there within the odds. It's the highest rated. After this one, it is this one. Here is the order. 1, 2, 3, and then these horses, okay? So out here, this one is the highest. This is la that. This is la that from gate number 11. This is 4, okay? 41. It has the physics. It has everything to do the right thing, which is not even there within the odds. For some reason, it is not there. But that's the scene. Now the 12 and the 10 are of the same class. And the 10 has more leverage. So how do you think it should play? How do you think it should play? Now, these guys, all right, this one is not of this class, has advantage. The 6 is of the same class, not in a great shape. Plus, it is a horse and the jockey has no relationship with this horse. So the advantage, these two are useless. They are not going to work. This one is in a very bad state. So not happening. So now the question is here. Okay. These two are neutral, not in a position to win. So the question is either this one will win with the leverage and nail the class, or the class rating and the leverage will stay and it'll win the 4 with a low pressure, because the jock is not present here. Though it is a dedicated jock, but the jock is not in a kind of a position where things can work. 12 is the favorite, which is for some reason which I don't know why. Okay. Now there has to be a low pressure. There has to be a low pressure game somewhere. So ideally, what should happen? My take is this, that it is 10-4, then 12. Okay, because this low pressure is 80. I mean, not in a great shape. Though it is the highest class, it's a low pressure, but not in a great shape. And the other one, 3. Eight. 6. So yeah, the six stands a chance. The 6 stands a chance. Through the class also it stands a chance. So how it should work, basically? How it should work? Leverage, class, low pressure, and then back to pressure. This one. I don't think these guys are going to get in. They're both neutrals. God knows what we'll do. So that 4 is a check. You see the reason why, because that is a -5. Okay, this is a -5. If these two are there, then the leverage is on this side, the body weight is on this side, the rating is on this side. Now this one is a slightly higher than 10, which is from gate number 3, so it has a lot of chance to get in. The 3 is higher than the 4, but it is not in the right shape. It's a low pressure, so I think the low pressure will play here. Now, so these two, then probably it'll come to the pressure here through the rating also. That is how it should play. And I'll play that. And if that 8-year-old gilding puts me upside down, then I'm just out of luck. If the 8 beats, if the 1 beats the 4, which technically it can, because it is a higher class, but not in a great shape, also fits the bill of low pressure. If that thing knocks out the 5-year-old gilding, then I'm just out of luck. We're back in a jiffy from the washroom. We've got 12 minutes to go. I'm back. Race 9, 412, 6. Eagle Farm. Which one, PC? Skip.
Britain Davo, your top pick off that good tough win at Kembla Grange last time out.
She's been well back, Marto. Yeah, the $2.70. There wasn't a lot between her and Coal Crusher this morning, and Coal Crusher's out the gate. She's been well supported. Drops that big 8 kilos off that last Kembla Grange win. We've seen Bella Corazon come out of that and win as well. So, look, she'll be Sam Burgeon, I'm sure, from that low draw. She just seems to be in the groove this preparation, and yes, this is a step up in grade, but she gets that big weight drop as a result. One, Coal Crusher, won the Hunter last time out in good style. Needs to come back 100 metres here, but look, he's been very consistent all preparation. If he can get to the front and cross Weeping Woman, he'll be hard to run down despite the drift. 3 Barber, I think settling closest to key with him today, out to 1200, a big positive as well. He's the type of horse that just got too far back last time, and if he can make use of that gate, he's the type of horse that does improve into a prep. And 10 Brave One got the job done latest, albeit only a narrow margin there at Newcastle. Beat Firestar, who closed off well and is in the ball game as well. 12, 1, 3 and 10 here, being more back to 12.
330 into 270 to be precise from this morning straight to now with the tab. The best back to beat it in your mix as well is Barber. $7 into $4.60. It's one of 7 for Richard Litt. Of course, Ex-Godolphin was with James Cummings. Always been a really talented horse. Won a Group 3 Blue Diamond Prelude as a 2-year-old, and he's now a 5-year-old.
Yes, and he does a great job with these tried Godolphin horses. Richard Litt, even before the stable they went from the one operation to giving horses out to all the stables. He would buy a lot of the Godolphin horses, Richard Litt, and he'd have great success with them over a number of years. Obviously likes what he saw there at the sales and picked up this guy, and he's been a great money spinner since then. He's just been going super. He's got a good turn of foot and liked his last start effort in the star low. He just had to give him too much of a start. So today the key being a bit closer, and he does improve into a campaign. He generally carries that bit of condition early on. So third up now, he should be about right. Peak fitness and big track, 1200 looks ideal.
For those after a roughie, Beauty Charge is a former Hong Kong galloper. Horse number 9, $23 into $17. It's really good first up from a break in this track and trip. Had an excuse or two in its 2 subsequent runs.
He was great that day, wasn't he? First up off the long break. He was trialling well prior to that as well. And then beaten a long way outclassed in a Sydney Stakes. And then just got too far back in the meteorite last time, never got in the race. So, look, he's drawn the 1. his good run at this track came at this track and distance back in October. So if he can run up to that, he's a great chance. It's just whether you can trust him or not. But, you know, he's got the ability there.
Spec with bookies as well. Beauty Charge, 19 into $16. Top two in the trade are the two best backed everywhere. Late with the Bagman, Weeping Woman, 290 into 270. Farmer, 650 into $4.60. Weeping Woman's a lightly raced 5-year-old mare building herself a really good record for Joe Price.
Yeah, she is. And it's just typical of the stable, Marto. Comes back a little bit stronger each prep and improves that length, and that's what she's done this campaign after being a bit disappointing last time in. So she's gone to that new level and, yep, big step up, but she gets in with no weight. She'll be stamped urgent and she'll be there for a long way.
Listed Razor Sharp amongst the winners of the race in the past. Takeover Target, who won it in 2007, beating Alberta in a photo. 2025 edition, they're getting set with Darren.
Outside, they're locked and loaded. Light is on and we're ready now for the 9th, and the gates are back. They're off and racing. Coal Crusher jump well together with Brutal on the outside, who's pushing forward, and Weeping Woman not far away with Brave One. Then came Barber midfield. Romeo's Choice the outside from Firestar. Beauty Charge, Bandy's Boy. Flying Trapeze the last one. Coal Crusher takes the lead with Brutal coming across on the outside. Weeping Woman the favourite third from Brave One. Then Beauty Charge railing through from Firestar. Romeo's Choice out wide. Going around, Barber is now third last from Bandy's Boy, and Flying Trapeze. Inside the 600, Coal Crusher has been a big drifter in the betting and narrow leader. Weeping Woman is looking off for an inside run. Brutal keeps it in a tricky spot. Beauty Charge is hard fence clear from Brave One. Coming up the rise in Coal Crusher with a bit of a kick. A length in front. Weeping Woman goes up the inside. Brave One the outer. Coal Crusher 250 out. Weeping Woman starting to build up the revs on the inside, and Weeping Woman lays it down to Coal Crusher, clear from Brave One. Weeping Woman and Coal Crusher. Weeping Woman with the head in front. Weeping Woman, it's tears of joy for the owners. She wins again, beating a brave Coal Crusher, and Brave One third.
12-1-10. So that one actually nailed.
Barber Firestar. Good get back to Flying Trapeze and Brutal. She's really taking things up.
And she's flying this campaign and has made it 3 straight wins. Lands the listed Razor Sharp to the resume and pays 2 range across the tote. Stobo.
In there, Marto, that's the difference. Coal Crusher brave as ever, but when you've got to give a Weeping Woman that much weight, we're talking 61 versus 53, 8 kilos, it's always going to be difficult. And Zach Lloyd was happy to take the sit. He was forced back to the inside, but with 53 on her back, she was always going to be strong late, and that was the case. Coal Crusher brave in second.
It's a late double for Zach Lloyd after...
That 8-year actually knocked it out of that. That 8-year-old actually knocked it out. 12-1-10. And then probably 3. That happened. We'll go to the next. These guys did not have a chance today. This is a huge scratching. 12, 3, 2, and 17. So if we look at all the leverages which are here, the first one is 17, which is here, which is a challenger in this class. Okay, so this guy is up in the class and is trying to do everything that he can. That's that. This is the highest in class, the 1, which is here. It's with a low pressure, so that's that. It's not doing great. 12 is, I mean, 2 is better than 12, but it is a 6-year-old mare with a pressure line. And 12 today has the right opportunity. This one is better. Ideally, this one doesn't have leverage. I mean, not to the tune that they have. So now you tell me, why should the 12 win when the 3 is present? This is a lower class, wider gate. This is a higher class, closer gate, 4-year-old mare, but this doesn't have the physics to win. That's a 4-figure. That's a 4-figure. This one doesn't have the physics, it will not win. This one is a horse, which is not doing great, but a low pressure. 12 has the physics. This one doesn't have the physics. So yeah, that way it is right. 14 cannot win. And we also right. Still. And this is anyway a low pressure. How low will it go? How low will it go? That 4 probably is there in the game. So 0 will not work, plus this will not work. So ideally, what should happen? Ideally, this is a lower class than this, but 12 is favorite because of the leverage. They don't have the leverage. All right, this has been promoted, and that's a low pressure which has been promoted. Ideally, it's a low pressure, high pressure game. So that 4 probably is the third, I think, because it starts with a low, then it will go high, and high where? It is either here with her, which is a 6-year-old mare, or it is here with 3, which is a 4-year-old mare, which is that. Now the question is, do I want to go with a 6-year-old mare? No, we'll stick to 12 only. Hope that wins. So 1 is a horse, doesn't have a jock, cannot win, though it is the highest in class. That's the highest leverage. Then 2 is a 6-year-old mare from gate number 10, has the leverage, has the class, will not go. 17 is the linear, the lowest in the class, doesn't have physics to win this. Then comes 12 with a low pressure, with the leverage, with a good hand, and both side physics and everything is good. So ideally that's where it stands. But where things can go wrong? We'll see how things can go wrong. 12, I guess, is the right odd. Yeah, I think so. 12 is probably the right odd.
Villanova's the favourite for the race to follow, the 7th at the Gold Coast, 175 this morning, 185 into 170 back to 180 very late. And the big number 6 as the second pick, 310 this morning, 350 back into $3.10 late. Network Error, 950 into $9 is the other one trading in single figures. Not much else to report there for the 7th event at the Gold Coast, where Killanova number 2, the favourite, is on top for Mitch. That marketplace appears left of screen. So back to Phil at Newcastle.
Both numbers 1 and 15 under the eye of the vet. Vet now conversing with Keegan Latham on Flying Argyle. Duvana out back as well.
So the 1 and 15 being vetted there. That's going to Sky Racing 2. It's also live on Sky Thoroughbred Central. We push on Sky 1 to the 7th event of the Gold Coast. Let's have a look at what's happening late in the trade with the bookies. Last 15 minutes, Villanova drawing. The inside today goes 170 out to $1.90. Place at Doobin last time out. The VCAR is $3.30, $3.50 into $2.90, attracting very good late interest to beat it. Showed talent in a debut preparation. Had a stable switch from the Archibalds. And then we've got Network Error, 950 into 850 back to 9. It's the only other little nibble in the race. 7th sees Killanova as a touch on. The on topper for this man, Mitch Manners.
So that's the horse on form, Mardo, coming off benchmark races in Sydney and also Brisbane. So drops back to Class 2 grade. And the man that rides is shooting for a treble, Brandon Marina. But this has been a spirited go for Davakar here, a man by Deep Field. She was able to win at Maiden Grade at Musselbrook at the end of last preparation. She's joined the very much in form Heinrich and Roger.
We can't put the Gold Coast because they'll give us copyright claims. We want the freaking I'm not sure.
got the right run the other day on an up and in track, but he was pretty impressive all the same. He's a horse that's promised the world and delivered an Atlas until the last few starts where he started to put it together, and that last win was great. Yes, track pattern on his side and now draws wide, but I can see why he's favourite here. 3, Yes Lulu. The win 2 back was terrific and was a bit of a surprise off what she'd sort of done prior to that. Was okay last time at Kembla on the heavy track. Look, getting back on top of the ground today looks a positive, and blinkers go on first time. She'll get back and run on really hard. And number 2, Ascada, I think coming back to 1,400 metres is going to really suit her here. She's just found the 1,600 a little bit too far the last few, and if you look at her winning distance range, it is 1,000 to 1,400, 2-time winner at the 1,400. Would have loved that rain to hit, it hasn't, but she's still a chance up on speed. I'm 17, 12, 3 and 2. Tough race to finish the day. Just thought Charleroi there at the each way odds could run a race.
It's being spec 2 with tap, $10 this morning into 8 back to 8.50. Charleroi, the Blade is best back 360 into 270. Yes, Lulu is 440 this morning. 330 out to 380 back to 360 late. Asgarda went up at 8, late 7, 850 back to 8. Then Charleroi joining it. Bojangles goes 850 out to 11. Amongst those double figure odds, there's a move for Sly Boots number 5, Waterhouse Bot Regan Bayless, and it's $17 into $13, returning from a break, and he has won fresh before, Dovo.
He has, yeah. He normally runs on really well, Fresh Marto, with a view to getting out over further in the future, but these 2 trials have been solid enough. Typically, the stable get them fit enough to run very well fresh with still a bit of improvement to come. But look, he draws well and he has placed at this track before. Good track stats are good as well. So, yeah, he can be running on a strongly late knockout mode.
The Blade is the favourite with the bookies, is $3 into $2.70. He's always been a talented horse. Lines up today as the sole last start winner. There he is.
I remember when he won on debut, Marto, he ran sensational time on a really wet track on the Kenzo, and we thought, what is this? This is, a real group horse, and look out, he's going to be a star of the future. And ever since then, it took him probably a year or 2 to really hit his straps again, and he's not in that. So he hasn't been able to go anywhere near that debut rating, but the last start win was good, and that of a horse that might have rediscovered a little bit of confidence. Look, he did find the right part of the track though, so I'm neutral on him, not negative, but not sort of brimming with confidence about him.
Yes, Lulu's second bagman, 320, 380 back to 360.
Yeah,
Got back to last the line well last time out, now gets blinkers first time.
Yeah, and the win 2 back was terrific. It was off a slow tempo, and it looked like a race where they rolled along, but it actually went pretty soft, and she produced some of the best late splits of the entire day. Blinkers go on now, back onto a dry track key. If she can take that Rose Hill form 2 back to Randwick here today, then she runs up to that effort. She's right in the finish and probably your most likely winner.
And Charleroi is your top pick, 850 into 7. Attracts good interest to beat both with the bookie. Second start today for Nassim Dilmi, ex-Sarah Ryan, and pre-race earmuffs on for the first time today as it plummets 8 kilos.
I bumped into Nassim out at the races on Hunter Day, actually. Had a good chat to him, said, you're doing a good job with the new stable. And I said to him, come on, give me something going forward, something to keep an eye on. He said, well, I quite like this Charleroi. I think he's a really nice horse. I said, okay, good to know. So, and that gave me a little added bit of confidence that he's clearly going well at home. His trials were great. First up run was always going to be short of his best, back towards the inferior ground. And just out of 1,400 here, I think he can run a cheeky race. His ratings stack up quite nicely, and yeah, good to see some support for him as well.
And there's further support for us now, $8.50 into $6.50. Sold previous second up go in the debut preparation, ran 4th on the Kenzo second at 1,400, a race that produced 4 subsequent winners.
Yeah, form around him's all right, isn't it? And I just love the way he trialled before this preparation as well. He looks in a great frame of mind, and 11 to 1,400 is not a great setup at the best of times, but he's a miler really, so I think it's actually going to be a big positive for him.
We're heading to Randwick to wrap up the Ingham Day with Darren.
It's 650 as they move in. So Naive is joining them, a roughie in the field, yes, Lulu getting set. And Charleroi, long time to move in. And Asgarda, along with the Blade and Ant. So Asgarda moving in now. Molly Burke with a 2 kilo claim. Asgarda priced at $8.50 in the green jacket. So waiting on Invader Zimmer and Glontorna, along with the Blade, who will be the last to move in, or second last. Ant first up. Has officially drawn the outside barrier. There's the Weeping Woman running down Coal Crusher. Yorkshire taking out the Ingham. The English Nursery today won by the Paul Murray train. Where's the Circus? They paid $1,250 for it. Light on, ready to go. Last at 10 here at Randwick, and the gates open. Off and racing, the Blade came out positive from the wide draws. So Naive was first out, but the Blade's going up to have a pop at it. Asgarda will sit in third, followed by Bojangles and Sly Boots, who parks fifth down on the rails. Then Glontorn, Just Two flies a little bit deeper, easing back, followed by Charleroi, yes, Lulu. Then Invader Zim and Ant the last one. So Naive halts down the front. From the race favourite, the Blade into a clear second, two off to Asgarda. They're followed by Bojangles over racing on the outside of Sly Boots. Two further back to Glontorn. Just Two flying a three-way path, easing back a fraction. Charleroi the inside. And yes, Lulu's pushing through the middle. It's third last, Lulu. And Invader Zim out to the last two. 600 to go. Just So Naive in front. So Naive by a half to the Blade. Two off to Asgarda. Bojangles has been keen in the run. Sly Boots railing through, and Charleroi is trying to push into the clear, slightly held up as the Blade moved up to So Naive. Then Sly Boots and Bojangles out making some ground from Charleroi. Asgarda's yielding ground. It's the Blade in front by 3/4 to Bojangles. They're fighting it out, but the Blade's still in front. Bojangles is going to have a late pop. No, the Blade kicks, and the Blade's home at the last. There's a riding treble.
12-4-5.
The Blade by 2 to Bojangles. Sly Boots third, followed by Charleroi doing its best work late from So Naive. Asgarda, Glontorna, further back to Invader Zim, and Just Two flies. And something's happened with Lulu.
Congratulations!
Yes, Lulu. Yes, Lulu was he.
Rounding out the 10 from Randwick, and it's the Blade and Zach Lloyd combining and paying out to around that 290.
12 4 5. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for today. We had 10 races today here at Randwick. That was the last one. Yes, actually, that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. We will also get to understand how the racing works. And thank you everybody, whoever is watching the stream from anywhere in the world. My heartfelt gratitude to everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It's a huge support. And thank you so much, Gatekeeper. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. And Horse Racing Secret,